Hello, Goswami sir. Very good morning. Hello, madam.
Yes.
Hello, madam.
Yes.
Our Professor Kundu sir will be the first speaker. Sir.
Yes.
Not the research person, but among the speaker we have 4 speakers. No?
Yeah, we have 4 speakers. Yes, we have already let them in also. We have our person with us. Chandrama Goswami is also there, and Manashi Dash. Manashi is also there. If within 2-3 minutes our USA resource person doesn't get in, we will start with Chandrama Goswami madam because she is already in now. Okay.
And among the speakers, madam, we give pass us to Kundu sir. Actually, he is very busy.
Please call Krishnapada to get in. Our coordinator, sir. IPC coordinator, sir. He is already in. Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, Krishnapada, sir.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning. We are waiting for 2 other resource person to get in. So within 2-3 minutes, if it doesn't get in, we have to start because it is already 10:27. As soon as they get in, we'll start our program. Okay, Manasi Sinha is also in now.
Hello, Krishnapada sir. Very good morning.
Good morning to you, sir. Godapani sir. Namaskar.
Namaskar. You have huge responsibility for today's program.
Okay.
Inaugural speech at the same time you have to speak on electricity.
Okay, I'll speak to madam. Okay, I'll speak to madam.
Okay, we got our resource persons also. So very good morning to our resource person. Hello, Anipa ma'am. Good morning.
Can you see me?
Yes, I could see you. So just a second. Let me share the link to my participants. Just a second. Then we'll start. Okay.
Okay.
Give me a second, please. Okay. It's done. I've shared the links. Participant will be in within a second. Sharma, you let all admit, okay? So that I can do this. Good morning, Mansi. Good morning. See you after so many days. It was just last college day. Okay. So we are in time. So let us start with this. So, respected all the delegates, participants, a very good morning. We are now today in the second day of the international webinar on COVID-19, mapping issues and challenges through gender perspective. We were embraced with the different gender issues and in the course of this COVID-19 pandemic and the emergence of shadow pandemic at the same time, their way out. Today we have our second technical sessions where we will be meeting three eminent speakers, Dr. Malashri Nipa Acharya from USA, Dr. Manasi Sinha from University Delhi, Dr. Chandrama Goswami from Assam. To share with you that we received many abstracts from the participants who wanted to share their views and speeches. I'm very sorry, we have selected 4 of them, of which 2 have been presented last day, 4 others, and we're hearing from them also. So going to have another vibrant sessions where through the we will be try to pin the persisting different gender issues and challenges. And I'm happy to have today here with us our coordinator, Internet Quality Assurance Cell, Karimganj College, Mr. Krishnabodha Das, who will give a today's speech. So, sir, it's my request, and you'll be kind enough to give your speech. And you take over, sir, please. Krishnabodha, sir, if you could hear me.
Morning, madam. Hello, madam. Can you hear me?
We could hear you. You continue.
Thank you so much. Good morning to all the participants, resource persons, Honorable Principal Sir, Karimganj College, Dr.
Hello, sir.
Madam, please unmute others. Hello. Respected Principal, Karimganj College, Dr. Ramanuj Chakraborty, HOD Economics, Sri Godapani Sharma, coordinators, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Suchitra Das, resource persons. To these resource persons, we have 3 resource persons today. Malashri Madam from USA, Dr. Manasi Sinha from New Delhi, Dr. Chandrama Goswami from Department of Economics, Mangalore College, Assam, and dear participants. Today, it is the second day of this international webinar, COVID-19, mapping issues and challenges from gender perspective. And it is, of course, the last day of this international webinar. Yesterday, we had a very good discussion on this topic. Professor Vibhuti Patel from TISS Mumbai has explained very nicely and very lucid way, the different issues of COVID-19 challenges and mapping issues and challenges with gender perspective. She touched upon the topics, different issues relating to the society. She talked about the discrimination faced by women, children, disabled persons, men and women, all. She talked she touched all the topics. And our second resource person yesterday, Mr. Prayatush Divakar, he talked about the domestic violence, which is taking place during COVID-19 against the women. So today we have with us 3 resource persons, Dr. Malashri Nipa Acharya from USA, And we have Dr. Manoshi Sinha from Galgatia University, Delhi. And we have Chandrama Goswami from Mangalore College, Assam. I hope they will discuss on this topic, mapping issues and challenges from business perspective, and would be enlightened. And also, there will be, I wish they will be talking about the solutions of these problems. And one request, I would request the organizing secretary of this webinar that you please make a report of this webinar, because the topic is very, very social, right? So if you can make a report of this, whatever comes out of this webinar, and if you make a report of this and if you publish it in a local daily, so that it will go to the society. So I hope you will do that. And with these few words, I stop here, and it's over to you, Madam Organizing Secretary, Dr. Suchitra Das. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Of course, sir, we'll show the report where we are going to make the report also, and of course we'll be publishing the daily reports, and I'll give a report to you also, sir. So very thank you so much. So without wasting time, let us start quickly to the sessions. Today we have with ourselves Dr. Malasri Nipa Acharya, who will be the first speaker of the session. And she is an assistant professor from the Department of Political Science and International Relations in the University of Delaware, USA. Professor Malasri Nipa Acharya joined the department in 2017, and she has been appointed in Alfred Lerner College of Business and Economics as a part of the home program. Her research interests include international migration, diaspora circulation and governance, citizenship and innovation policy, cosmopolitanism and the developments and impacts of a changing global South and South Asia. She has extensive online teaching and instructional design experience to optimize for innovative learning practices. She teaches courses on international migration, South Asia's growth and governance, and issues development of megacities in the global South. She is also piloting a new course of cultivating entrepreneurship, making, and political institutions. So, madam, we're very glad to have you in our midst, and we are eagerly waiting to hear you for the last so many days. And so without wasting time, it's up to you, ma'am, and you can start.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for that introduction. Namaskar, dhanyabad. Thank you so much. My name is Malusri Nipa Acharya, and it's really a pleasure to be here with you today. Before we get started, I'd like to thank everyone who's been involved in getting me here to you, Dr. Suchitra Das, Mr. Sharma, the economics department team, as well as a special thank you to Professor Manoshi Sinha, who's also going to be presenting after me. I think I also want to, extend welcome to, global participants from around the world, but especially to you students at Karimganj College. I see already we have more than 80 participants to take the time out right now on your schedules to find ways to do online learning, to discuss these very important topics. You should really applaud yourselves for being part of this two-day discussion. I couldn't believe that already. I think the YouTube live stream has had more than 600 views. It's very, very impressive. So I hope that we continue this dialogue and that something productive can come of it. Now, I wanted to just ask, is it possible for me to share my PowerPoint?
Oh, sure, you could share.
If I do the share screen, let's see if I can, yeah, looks like I can share a portion of the screen. Hopefully you can now see, not allowing me to adjust, just give me 1 second. For some reason.
Yeah,
there we go.
It's visible.
All right. Can you all see everything on the screen here?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's very
okay. Perfect. Okay, so it's really, as I said, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Before we get started, I also wanted to say that I happen to be Bangali. I'm Bengali. However, even I think my father's on the call, so he might be sad to hear that I've always felt that Assam is my true heart, that in some way I'm actually Ahomia. I've been very close to Gita and Jitendra Borua, who are diaspora Ahomias who live in Wisconsin, where I grew up. As well as a friend of mine who's from Nagaland, who has been telling me for more than 10 years that the most interesting education that's happening is happening in Assam right now, that all of you students have a global worldview, and that the place I should be presenting my work is in Assam. So I'm really pleased that this is finally happening after so many years. And so I wanted to try my Ahomia language today. Mor ap una lokuk logpai bor bhal palu. I hope that worked. Apunalok log pai bhal lagil. So my talk today centers on the issue of mobility, particularly in the global north, Europe and the US, where I will discuss the effects of gender in context to movement and the inability to move. For that reason, the title of my presentation is really looking at the idea of mobility and immobility in the global north. I was asked to talk a little bit about what's going on in the global north, that meaning Europe and the US, and really the effects of this idea of movement or the inability to move on gender in the age of COVID-19. So just to give you a little bit of background about myself, I'm an assistant professor, as was mentioned, in political science and international relations, as well as in business at Horn Entrepreneurship. I'm also a lecturer in the Stanford Graduate School of Business, where I work on innovation and entrepreneurship. Also, since 2014, I've been working as part of the NOMAD group. This is a group between the World Bank and Migration Policy Institute, where we're really looking at how we mobilize diaspora resources in conjunction with the UN. So much of my discussion will be also connected to some of the work that I've been doing with the UN over the years. So, with that, let's really start to think about how, to think specifically about what my research is. My research in itself is really looking at these two particular areas. The two areas are high-skilled circulation of diaspora entrepreneurs. So I'm really looking at South Asian mobility or South Asian migration. And what I mean by that is my first research project is really looking at diaspora Indians. These are Indians living around the world who study and are entrepreneurs in the United States, primarily in Silicon Valley, and choosing to move back to India, typically in Bangalore, and building businesses in India. My second area of research is looking at the direct opposite partnership, which is looking at refugees, particularly from Pakistan and Bangladesh, who are choosing to move back or to move through the Mediterranean. So to basically cross through Iran, followed by Turkey, and to end up in Europe by crossing through the Mediterranean. So those are kind of my two areas. What I really want to think of when we're thinking about South Asian mobility is to really focus on how mobility right now in the time of COVID is affecting the areas of gender in two main movements. One, the lack of movement in the US and Europe, and the second being the effect of refugees in the Mediterranean. So what I plan to do is to form a bit of discussion on the recent movements in the US and the connection to diaspora and women of color. This is especially interesting because I'm actually right now in the United States. So while it's 10:30 in the morning for most of you, right now for me, I'm based in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning. So I will try my best to be energetic and awake, and to be awake for all of the panelists and all of your questions. But I do welcome you. I have the chat open in the corner, I believe, or Dr. Das, if there's a question that comes up, feel free to mention it to me if I'm not seeing it. Otherwise, if you do have a question, feel free to open up your mic and just ask the question as it's coming. And I will try to keep, as much as professors say they'll try to keep things brief, I'll try to keep my presentation brief so that we can have more time for discussion. Okay, I've opened up my chat over here. So if you do have questions, feel free to post those in the chat. And I have, okay, perfect. All right, so with that, I wanted to also, this is a little shout out here for anyone who's interested in studying a little bit more about migration and mobility. I do have several groups where I open source lectures and content related to migration and refugee migration. So you're more than welcome to join us on social media. We have an increasing group of refugees and students around the world. It's called Mapping the Migration Net. We're looking at the nexus of border crossing technology and how human rights are all affecting our global journeys. Because at the end of the day, we are all global citizens. We're all, as we'll talk about today in terms of solutions, we're all trying to empower ourselves in the face of disempowerment. So you can find us on Twitter and Instagram, Mapping Migration, hashtag Mapping Migration. And the link to the Facebook page is also there if you want to join our Facebook group. As I said, there's a lot of streaming content and there'll be more to come. So just to give you an idea of, these two areas that I look at, diaspora Indians that are moving to India, as well as diaspora Indians who are refugees moving into the Mediterranean. How I conduct my research is really based on mixed method research. So it's primarily based on talking to interview subjects or conducting ethnography. I do background surveys. Participant observation is really my main area of research. I also conduct in-depth interviews. Sometimes I do different types of exercises like cognitive social mapping, trying to work with people to really think about their experiences. So that's really what's informing the research and everything that I'm going to be speaking about today. So in that way, my field work is really interdisciplinary, it's mixed method, it's multi-sited and repeat. If any students have questions about how to conduct research, I'm very happy to talk about that in the question and answer session. But my main field sites are really Bangalore, London, Silicon Valley, California, and right now between Greece and Italy. Of course, you can imagine, even for me as a woman, if we're talking about gender, this is a challenge right now because I am obviously not mobile in any of these areas. But I think as we're all seeing, even with this conference call today, there's a lot that can be leveraged from the internet, from social media, from ways of connecting with one another through this medium that we have. And so what we find out when we think about mobility and movement in context to the story of gender and what's going on with COVID is that this field of migration is increasingly complex. Journeys are demanding more and more multidisciplinary scholarship. We all have to get more creative with the way we're thinking about research. One of the main ways I do that with my research method is what I call para-ethnography. And this is where the people we're working with really function as partners in the research that we do, as collaborators. And I think that's especially important when we're thinking about how gender informs the work we do. How are we thinking about partnerships? Who is the real expert in this story? And when we think about this coming from India or the global South, what is the story? Is this coming from a Western reference? How do we bring back a kind of post-colonial referencing to India? And I found that the way to do that is really to do multi-sited repeat research, to circulate as much as you can, to consistently contact people through social media. So no longer do we just have to go to one place, but we work with one another. So what we really see is one thing that's very much a part of my research is that who I am certainly defines the information and the network. So being a US citizen, having studied in Stanford, being Brahmin, being Bangali, all of these, what I'm wearing, clothes and gender, these all change the way in which we work with our subjects. And this is something to think about as you're conducting research. So my aims today, this was just a brief introduction to talk about my interdisciplinary approach to how we think about mobility of movement and migration. But what I plan to do today is to give some brief comments about general insights on what mobility looks like. What does movement look like right now during COVID, and what did it look like prior to COVID? And to talk about what these challenges that are being faced, that also our speaker who introduced today's set of sessions had mentioned, which is that we're facing a certain number of challenges really in context to gender. So what does that mean at the nexus of gender and movement? And then we'll look at political change in the North. So what is political change looking like? What is happening in Europe and the US? How is that guiding change or affecting a kind of global amount of change that's happening, what we see in India versus what we're seeing in the US and Europe? And then finally, the so what? Conclusions, I always say, why is this important? What can we learn from this? And what is actionable change that we can talk about? And so I'll talk a little bit about the implications of what this means for the global South, that being India, South Asia, Africa, South American countries. What does this mean for global South and context to gender? So again, the two areas I'm really going to talk about is the lack of movement in the US and Europe, and then the effect of refugees in the Mediterranean. So I really want to form a bit of discussion, at least in part 4, about recent movements in the US. You may have heard of the Black Lives Matter movement, what that means for people of color, and also connections to diaspora and women of color. So as I said, if you do have questions, please feel free to put them. We see this from the department. They've also made an announcement. Please put your questions in the chat, and I am feel free to put them throughout the discussion, and I'm happy to, I'll keep taking a look and try to answer them. So my main question that I want you to think about throughout this talk, and possibly in connection to the next two speakers, is to really think about, what does mobility, or this idea of movement, provide from a gender context? Think really deeply about gender, or different aspects of gender, whether it be being a woman, being LGBTQ, being part of a non-gender community, of a gender binary community. On all of these different issues, what did mobility, or the ability to move, provide? This is a question I'm asking myself a lot. And the reason I brought it up is because my first thought when people were asked to have a stay-at-home order, and we've actually seen the results of this, and I'm going to talk about this later, is that people are going to be stuck at home. Will there be an increase of domestic violence? Will there be an increase of violence towards women and children and people of different populations? So what does this mean? What does this mean for reproductive rights, for different kinds of challenges that are being faced? These are some of the questions that come up when mobility might have provided an ability to get out of the house, whether it's moving through the city, moving to a workplace, moving outside of the center of home. And so this is something to think about, you know, whenever we're thinking about the issues of COVID. How does mobility, what is mobility actually providing somebody? Is it a right? Is it something that's providing an opportunity? The second question is then, what does mobility provide for women's rights, children, LGBTQ, non-gender binary spaces, and for a changing South Asia? I'll really keep answering this question that I've been asking myself throughout the pandemic and, you know, over the years looking at refugee issues, which is, at the end of the day, how are we empowering ourselves in the face of disempowerment? What can we do to create change in our lives? And how does that create larger global shifts and changes? So I wanted to just give you a little bit of background on thinking about movement and mobility. So if we think about migration, there's actually several types of migration and different types of migration and categories. There's different types of people who are moving every day. Tourists and pilgrims, migrants, refugees, diplomats, people in business. Even if you think about the military, this is one of the largest groups of movers. We have athletes, researchers, international organization workers. There's low-skilled workers who are moving, high-skilled workers, and all the children and family who are accompanying them. All of these different types of movers lead to various types of migration. These types of migration involve labor migration, climate migration, the different types of forced migration. As we know very well as Indians, there's a lot of diaspora migration. The largest Indian diaspora is living outside of India is actually in the Middle East. And next to that, we see, actually Indians are the biggest diaspora in the world. So there's different types of migration types and categories. To just give you some quick definitions, and I'm happy to share these slides to the students if you'd like. But there's different types of migration terms and categories, and those include these are the definitions coming from the International Organization of Migration. But basically, a migrant is any person who is moving or has moved across an international border or within a state. So it really means someone who's moved from their border, from one place to another. And migration is, again, the movement of a person or group of persons across an international border or within a state. Now, if we move for a little bit ahead and think about refugees, this is very interesting because you can see from a legal definition, again, the source here coming from the International Organization of Migration is about a mile long, right? It's 2 kilometers long. It's a very long definition. I always ask my students, do you know why this definition of refugee keeps changing? If we look, it says a person owing to a well-founded fear of persecution for reasons of race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group. If we look at time, we see that the acts of refugee changed in 1951. Then it was modified again in 1969, then again in 1984. 1951, one of the reasons the status of refugees changed was as a direct result of partition and what partition meant for Bangladesh and Pakistan, as well as what was going on between Israel and Palestine. We then see again in 1969 in relationship to changes that were happening in Africa, as well as changes that were happening across the Middle East between the Arab-Israeli conflict. So one of the big arguments that's coming out in 2020, and now this has really shifted with COVID, is thinking about economic migration. So could refugees who are moving because they have no money, would that be a status that would be considered refugee status and allow someone to gain asylum? As of yet, that is not the case. But more and more we see economic migrants. So this is something that we see shifting and changing over time. If we take a look at some migration statistics, a few interesting features and facts are that there's approximately 244 million international migrants. This is roughly 3% of the world population of 7.5 billion people are migrants or moving in it in some way. So that's actually a very low number. That's the number of people who are migrating. 2 out of 3 international migrants actually live in Europe or Asia. So 2/3 live there. And then finally, half of international migrants were born in Asia. In Europe and North America, 10% of the population are international migrants. So we see a much larger proponent of international migrants across.
Got disconnected. I think we got disconnected.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Yes.
Suchitra, I think we should wait for her. I think it's got disconnected. Just
I
give
think
her a few
we
minutes.
are
Yeah.
waiting for some seconds. Let's.
Okay,
let
let's
her
wait for her. Mm.
Okay, she's in. She is in. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you. Yeah.
I apologize. We have a big thunderstorm happening here, and so there was a sudden power outage. So you can see that the global north is not as great as it seems. We have load shedding here too.
Okay.
Okay, so I do apologize for that. There was just a sudden outage that was unexpected. do excuse me. I hope we still have all our students here on the call. Now it looks like much more students, so glad to have everyone here. So as I was saying, what we see here is, we were talking about the different migration statistics before I suddenly hopped off. And what we see really is that the largest diasporas happen to be the Indian diaspora, followed by Mexican diaspora, which is 12 million individuals, 16 million Indians living outside of India, and then the Russian Federation. But remember, the Russian Federation is post-1991, and so what you see is a lot of Russians who are living in the former Soviet territories, who are considered still Russian citizens. I want to also point out what forced migration is. This is a movement where an element of coercion exists. And so this includes threats to life and livelihood. So refugees are subjects of forced migration. One thing that's very important when we think of mobility is that mobility is really a part of this idea of displacement and the making of the modern world. The modern world was developed because of the idea of displacement. If you go to the website of the International Organization of Migration, you can actually map out and see who's moved, how many nationals there are from which country and which diasporas exist in each country. And I welcome you to try that out. There's also a project by Brown University called Displacement in the Making of the Modern World that you can look up. So what are some of the factors of this idea of displacement, meaning someone who's forced to shift from one place to another? We've seen in the past this involves climate, natural disasters, development, human rights issues, political unrest, famine, and now we can even think about, are there going to be displacement related factors related to the pandemic, being unable to move? I myself have an apartment in Belgium and I am unable to go to Belgium because right now they're not allowing US citizens to move. I do still have residency there, but unfortunately my residency permit is sitting in Belgium and my current ID is expired. So I can't move to the other country that I need to get to. And this is something that is going to be an increasing challenge as these quarantines continue. Now, just to think about forced displacement in general and to give you a perspective, 65.6 million people are forcibly displaced worldwide. Now, if we look at the number of resettled refugees, it's only 189,000. What's interesting is it's such a small number of people who are actually finding, basically resettled. And you also see that there are 10 million stateless people. Of that number, we can see with refugees, 17.2 million fit the UNHCR mandate. So those are only people that we know of who have refugee status. There's quite a lot more. And 5.3, of course, come from the Palestinian territories. Also, another question when people think about refugees, and this is a big discussion point in the global north, where are these displaced people being hosted? Surprisingly, what you see is the top hosting countries are actually Pakistan and Turkey. But when we see where are the world's displaced people being hosted, again, Middle East and Africa are the largest percentage, more than 56%. And most refugees are coming right now from South Sudan, Afghanistan, and Syria. And actually today, and I'll show you the statistic in a minute, we actually have an increase in Bangladeshis who are forcibly displaced. So again, what's interesting right now is that we're really witnessing the highest levels of displacement on record. 65.6 million people in the world, as I said, and actually over half of the 22.5 million who are considered refugees are under the age of 18. So it's a young population. And in India, we're not unfamiliar with this because we know that 20% of the entire world's young population, so 1 in 5, if we had a big global party of young people, 1 in 5 would actually be from India. So we see a lot of youth that are moving through the world today or not moving right now during the pandemic. There are also, as I said, 10 million stateless people. And what's interesting is that in the world, nearly 20 people are forcibly displaced every minute. So if we think of the fact that we've been talking already for about 30 minutes, you can do the math and think that already 600 people have been displaced. So it's something to think about. Now, being in India right now, being in Assam, something you may be thinking about a lot is globalization. And a lot of open questions related to gender and movement are happening because of the lack of movement. But what we see right now, even now with the projections of global movement, is that this is a picture, that was a picture of Dharavi in the background. But the biggest mega cities, so we're talking about cities that have a population of 10 million and over, are actually mainly situated in the global south. The largest, as we know, including Mumbai, India, New Delhi. We also see Lahore as a growing population, though Tokyo has always been the largest. So the largest mega cities that we see are Tokyo, followed by Delhi, Shanghai, Sao Paulo, Mumbai. So 2 Indian cities within there. Kolkata. So Kolkata also being on that list as another population that we see. So what's interesting when you look down that list again is that you have to go pretty far on the list to reach New York or London. Most of the megacities are all across, 80% of the world's megacities are in Asia, Latin America, and Africa. So this is a very changing population. We talk about the planet of slums. You may have read this book. There's a discussion of this, which is that by 2030, 2/3 of the world's population will live in cities, many of them megacities, which are, you know, these agglomerations, but 25% of that population living in slums. So when we think about the pandemic in the past, and the kind of research I do is about circulatory international migration, people moving from one place to another, moving to the global north, people from the global north moving back to the global south. But the pandemic leads to a lot of discussion of the global city and the global north creating shifts also across South Asia, Africa, South America. What are now the cosmopolitan connections between these cities? With globalization also, what's been interesting is over the last 10 to 15 years, some of you may have read the book Clash of Civilizations by Samuel Huntington, but there's all these fears of authors that I like to call globalization and doomsday. Everything will become a slum. So considering what you've been learning, possibly you've been learning about knowledge and power. You might have read Edward Said's Orientalism if you've been studying post-colonial theory. What are your thoughts on how things are shifting? Should we be as worried with this global pandemic about, you know, the end of globalization, about the changes happening to the global south? What is this global pessimism that has emerged as a result of the pandemic? So I want you to really think about, what does change and growth in the global south mean in cities in context to this idea of doomsday? And furthermore, how does that lead to movement and COVID-19? Is there interdependence and global connection still, now that movement has been stalled internationally? What are the governance implications of mobilizing diaspora? Can diaspora be connected to home countries? What does that mean for gender? And also then, what does this idea, you know, Gandhi in 1947 in the Asian Relations Conference, so MK Gandhi already talked about the idea of one world and what that meant. So what does this idea of one world mean in terms of understanding the global south and global north, pre-COVID and also post-COVID? So these are some questions I want you to think about. And now I'm going to move quickly to talk a little bit about what this idea of immobility is in the wake of COVID. I have a book that you're more than welcome to look at, and you can also email me if you want to get a copy of at least my chapter I can send to you. But this book, Keywords of Mobility, might be a very useful book for those of you working on gender and movement, because the book gives definitions of mobility, immobility, cosmopolitanism, gender. It was our goal to think about all of these terms within context to movement and to define them for you. So immobility is a basic incapacity to move. The idea of immobility is an incapacity to move, to be stuck in a period of transition. What I want you to really think about is, what are these connections to issues of gender, to transnationalism, to the idea of cosmopolitanism? And then there's a word called motility. This is the potential energy to move, the desire to move. It's kind of like your potential to want to move, but not yet being able to do. When we look actually on the idea of movement, I want to also point out some of the reports that you may have also heard a little bit of. I'm not sure yesterday if any of the discussants talked about this, but there was a report that came out in April 2020. It's the UN report of the impact of COVID-19 on gender. And they identified 5 main areas that this is affecting, particularly women, but also gender binaries, trans communities. This involves economic impacts, health impacts, unpaid care workers, So the idea is that care work is happening, but it's unpaid. And then gender-based violence. And finally, what this means for fragile settings on human rights and the humanitarian agenda. This is one of the images from the report. And what we see is that when we look at economic impacts, 65% of women have had an account at a financial institution versus 72% of women, 72% of men, excuse me, that there's often been a gender pay. I mean, these are all things that are known. There's been a gender pay gap involving 740 million women that work in the informal economy, that women spend 3 times as many hours as men in unpaid care and domestic work, limiting their access to decent work. So what we're seeing is that compounded economic impacts are felt by women and girls who are generally earning less, but also then that the health of women is generally, because of COVID, adversely impacted. This is one of the biggest things that has happened is because healthcare work has now prioritized COVID-19, sexual and reproductive health services have radically decreased. And this is at a moment where we're going to talk about an increase in domestic violence, in rape cases, in pregnancies. Unpaid care work, obviously people are required, whether it's the global north or global south, if you have children, and this has been a big discussion about how schools are going to be run in the global north. If you have children, you have to take care of your children if they can't go to school. So unpaid care work has increased with children out of school and heightened care needs of the elderly. And as we've seen, which has been actually a big question, is this idea of the COVID-19 pandemic deepening economic and social stress that's coupled with restricted movement. And that has created a form of social isolation measures that has led to gender-based violence. And it's increasing exponentially. Women are being forced to lock down at home, and their abusers are at the same time often living with them. And this, you know, they might also have a mental health issue where there's service challenges. And so support to survivors has been something that now basically states are trying to divest more money. But what we're seeing that's been very interesting, particularly in the global north, is that it's clear that legal cases and cases have increased in domestic violence, but reporting of those cases has decreased. And you can ask yourself, why has reporting of these cases decreased? The main reason is that people are actually living with the potential abuser. They might be facing harm in the home space if they potentially call the police, if they potentially try to find a way to get away. So this has been a huge, huge problem that policymakers are dealing with. So a big question we're trying to figure out, you know, globally is what can countries do to protect those at risk of domestic violence amidst the pandemic? And what is the impact of social service or the progress towards, you know, we want to eradicate domestic violence around the world? So the shadow pandemic or violence against women and girls and COVID-19 has been very stark. Some of the things that you can see, and I don't know if it's so easy to read this, but basically right now, globally 243 million women have been subjected to sexual or physical violence, but the number is likely to increase. So in France, since the lockdown, domestic violence reports have increased by 30% since March 17th. In Argentina, it's more than 25%. Cyprus and Singapore, increases in calls have been between 30 to 33%. What we're seeing is that money is being divested to emergency shelters across Canada, Germany, Spain, the United Kingdom. France has actually set aside 20,000 hotel rooms as potential shelters because of violence that's happening. So it's really, what we're seeing is a major shift of almost a third. So we're talking about 30% increases almost globally in domestic violence that is occurring. So this again brings me back to that question. What was mobility providing in this story before the pandemic or in mobility? A professor named Marina Morak-Vasic, who you might be familiar with, talks about something called socio-emotional agency. And what this is the idea of women being able to take agency in the idea of gender and mobility. that there's an emotional agency to becoming a female entrepreneur, to empower oneself. So what we see is that actually women, even in the home space, become at the forefront. They become entrepreneurs in their own lives in the fight against COVID-19, both as healthcare workers, where there are actually more female healthcare workers than male healthcare workers, and caregivers at home. And so what does that mean then in terms of mobility, to be stuck in this moment? This is a question that we are continuing to think about and to try and ponder about and answer. So I wanted to give 3 small cases about the global north and then move to a final so what conclusion about what my suggestions are of how to shift and think about the future, and then to answer any questions. So the main thing we can think about is, how has the global north really, what is the global north? Again, I'm really squarely speaking about Europe and the Americas, or North America specifically. But how has the global north changed? In the background of this slide, you're seeing what's known as La Bestia. These are migrants from El Salvador who ride on top of a freight train that's taking them across Mexico. Now, there's a lot of violence on this train route. I would ask if we were in a class, does anyone know why? The main reason is because all of these Salvadorians are planning to pay a coyote to go across the desert to get into the United States. So most of them are either carrying or have access to nearly US dollars, $12,000 to $15,000. So they're sitting ducks at being robbed. There's been huge human rights violations, as you may have heard of, across El Salvador and Central America. So there's been an increased number of people at the border, and major questions about, during the COVID pandemic, access to doctors within these refugee camps, within what's going on. And this is in contrast to a little case study I wanted to tell you about where I'm living right now. So I believe this was in June, early June. I, sitting in my home, started to hear noises outside of the door, helicopters, flash bombs. So these were bombs that were going off of ATMs. So these are cash machines that were being put on fire. At the same time, there were vigilantes who were white Americans. So these are white Americans who were walking around with baseball bats and pitchforks. This is a true story. I went outside to move my garbage can. I saw people carrying bats and I had to hide because I knew they were coming for me as a person of color. This has never happened in my life. I don't think anyone will talk about hearing this in their lifetime in the global north. And it just happened, particularly in Philadelphia, on the street where I live. So what is this kind of rage that's going on? Well, how is this connected specifically to male rage, to specifically male white racial anger? This was connected to a very large campaign that has been going on in the US that's known as the Black Lives Matter campaign. So after the death of George Floyd, you may have seen in the US news that there's been a large amount of protests going on where people of color are trying to affirm their rights, specifically Black Americans, to say that they're treated as second-class citizens. True, even me being Indian American was in a car with someone who is Black American and someone who is white, and the police came straight up to us. We were worried that we were going to get arrested. And the moment they saw a white person, they left. So these kinds of racial politics are rife and connected to the pandemic and the frustration of people who are unable to move, who are at home, who are trying to shift and create change. So this has been a really stark change in the United States specifically. And we've been seeing this buildup happening for many, many years. There's been an increase of right-wing governments across Europe. These are anti-migrant governments, anti-refugee governments running on those platforms. One of the main platforms of Brexit, so this was when the UK was exiting, was because of refugees and the idea of also having Eastern Europeans work in Europe when jobs are being lost. So these are all different challenges that have been coming in the global north. And we've kind of been waiting, or we were waiting for this kind of explosion to occur. And now it's really been happening as a result of the pandemic. Now I see a question come up. How has the global pandemic, this is Alangbar, is asking, how has global pandemic impacted in different sectors, and how will it be measured through the government agencies, and how? So this is a very good question. When we look at sectors, there's been a lot of question about financial sector or financial fallout. So one of the biggest measures I would say, Alangbar, is looking at the incidence of unemployment. So how do we measure unemployment? In what sectors are there greater numbers of unemployment? And then how would funds then be divested? So I think what agencies are trying to do right now is to really focus in the global north on emergency funds towards unemployment. That's been the largest discussion that's been coming up. We also see Joydeep saying, due to the pandemic and consequent declaration of lockdown, a huge migration of labor force was seen in India across the states. How the Western countries manage migration and reverse migration during this period of time. Migration takes a toll and raises various issues, particularly among women. It's a very, very good point, Joydeep. I think that is actually going to where I'm going in the discussion, which is to talk about what is going on with refugees. People who are forced to move are still, in fact, moving. And when we look at change in the US, I think what we're going to see is connected to what Alangbar is saying. We're going to see policy change. Now, some of you may be familiar with Kamala Harris. She is a half diaspora Indian. So she happens to be Indian and also Jamaican. And she was just announced yesterday, in fact, on August 11th, as the vice president nominee for the Democratic Party, who will be running against the incumbent president, Donald Trump. So unlike India, there has not been a leader who has been a woman in the United States yet. The president has never been, or the vice president has not been a woman. So this is a big change for the United States, particularly with the Black Lives Matter campaign, to have a half Black woman, half Indian woman run for office. So we will see, we are yet to know what is going to happen. So I want you to think about, for Joydeep and Alangbar, who both asked a question, and all of you, how, again, is mobility interconnected with the Global South, with gender, and some of the issues that come up when we're talking about government agencies and what government agencies are trying to deal with is global populism. How is politics inciting more anger towards migrants? What does that mean for migrant populations coming from diasporas? How are cities emerging? What are the governance implications that we're seeing? And what do we think about with political participation and technology? So with all those questions, I want to just close with the so what question. And I'm very curious what you all have to think about. So I always tell my students, when we're thinking about a talk, we're thinking about an issue, be it mobility and gender, so what? Why is this important? What does mobility mean for gender and a changing South Asia in the time of COVID? Now, I have a little story for you to close, because this is my personal idea of what I think can really create change from the bottom up. So this is Ida. Ida was actually crossing through, she happened to be, she actually comes from South Sudan. And Ida, who comes from South Sudan, was 19 years old when she moved by herself. She moved from South Sudan, which you know is actually one of the most fragile states. It's considered the third most fragile country in the world. Right now, we can actually look at Yemen being the most fragile state to be destroyed. But her family was killed. It's not a happy story. Her mother and her brothers were killed after she started studying in university, and she needed to get out, right? She decided that she must take a journey, she must move. She must get out from where she is. So this was a picture of Ida in Calais. So it was actually in a camp that was on the border of France and near the channel that's connecting to Britain. So one thing that Ida said when she was moving was, there's only one goal. It's to start a new life. I will do what is necessary to get there and adjust to the roadblocks, and I will go. This was what Ida's story was. She talked about all the different things that she confronted on her journey, but no matter what, she would go. On the right, you can actually see a map that's shared on WhatsApp between refugees. And this is actually a map that's telling people a path of how to get from Turkey to Germany. What the approximate prices will be from boat. If you can't read Cyrillic language, it has a translation between Arabic and Cyrillic so that one can read Arabic. These are some of the key migration routes that we see. In the case of Ida, she actually moved from South Sudan into Sudan. Then she moved, so from Juba into Khartoum. From Khartoum, she actually traveled to Cairo, and Cairo to Alexandria. And then she took a boat trying to get into Greece, which didn't work. So then she actually took another boat to get to Istanbul, Turkey, stayed in Turkey, and then crossed again by foot into Greece. And the story gets even crazier. I mean, in my next project, I can share footage of Bangladeshis who are crossing, but you know that most people from Bangladesh, they fly to Oman, and from Oman walk on foot to Iran, walk across Iran on foot, and then from Iran walk through all of Turkey into Greece. And that's the way people are moving. This is the statistic I looked up from this morning. So for those of you, the statistics have been out. The camps already reported this morning on August 13th that since the beginning of this year, January 1st, this is actually a decreased number. There's been 40,000 arrivals into Europe from around the world, but basically through the Mediterranean. And if you can see in the numbers, Bangladesh is now one of the higher numbers of people. 7.4% of people who are moving through the Mediterranean are coming from Bangladesh. We can see also South Asia, we see Afghanistan, others coming from Cote d'Ivoire. So this is the numbers we're seeing. 385 are missing or dead, and 4,000 have arrived by land versus 36,000 by sea. So when we think of Ida as an example, a woman of color who's moving through to get into Europe, what is she leveraging? What is she doing in order to get there? Well, she had to improvise. She talks about the idea that when I move from one place to another, sometimes I have to be a mother figure. Sometimes because I'm the only woman, I have to be like a sister to the other men. Sometimes I have to act sexy and be very sexual so that the guards will let me in. But I always have to improvise and play a new role to get to where I'm going. It takes grit. Maybe some of you have seen these Western cowboy movies, but there's a lot of research on grit and what it takes to be able to move from one place to another. And finally, it takes charisma. We talk about charisma being the nexus of power, warmth, and presence. And this is a learned idea that you can actually build in order to move from one place to another. So what we see is that Ida, as a woman of color, moving as a refugee, her challenge is that she needs to get to where she needs to go. So how does she empower herself? How does she mobilize herself? And how does she lead to enact change? The main thing I want to close with is that when we think about what it means to empower ourselves, I really think that this is maybe one of the more on the ground ways for people, or particularly gender, to move forward. So we can really think about empowerment as the process of becoming stronger or more confident in controlling our lives. I wanted to close with just two really short examples, and then we'll open it up to questions. One example is actually, I thought you would find interesting. This is actually my mother in the blue sari, and the Ohomia woman I was speaking about, Gita Borua, and her husband are both standing behind in the blue saris, or the more dark blue navy sari. So my mother, Susmita Acharya, was actually the first female president of the Hindu Temple of Wisconsin, which they, in their community, have been trying to build. So what does this mean for a temple to have a female president in the United States? She talked a lot about transforming gender bias. A lot of women came to start talking about domestic violence happening in their homes, but thought that the temple would be the place to do it. Which temples we could think of in India aren't necessarily the place where women will come to talk about gender-based violence happening. So what ends up happening in a place like the United States and the diaspora is there's a mixing of cultures and also a mixing of what these roles are. The roles of Hindu priests has also transformed, where people in prison in the United States ask for a Hindu priest to come and give comfort and support. And so someone like my mother, as a migrant who's lived in the US, as a professor who's lived in the US, has to also translate that cultural community. And so we start to see how, by empowering oneself in the face of disempowerment, you can start to change. Angelos Dasi is another refugee who's here. And one of the things, this is a picture of me in front of the refugee camp in Greece with Angelos, who's from South Sudan. And so, faith is another issue where we think about religion, and faith can actually be a guiding force. And so, Angelos this is actually him watching, watching a service across the internet. So again, the power of being able to move, even as someone who's moving in the time where one is not supposed to move during COVID, he's finding connection through faith, through ways of empowering himself. And it's quite touching because he's watching a video right here of a service and singing along. So I wanted to leave you with 30 seconds of Angelos. This is actually a recording he made from Greece, talking about gender and women. And then after that, I'll take any questions if we have any time left.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Me, I'm Angelos Joseph from South Sudan. I want to talk about something, I think, in my life. I don't know what I say, but I want to share life story to everyone. I hope you can, what you can do if you listen, if you want help me like something, you can listen to me. I want to talk about something better that I think you do it to me every day. You know that me, I left my country and my family a long time. You know that long time. Right now, me in Greece. You know, I know life is not easy. It's not easy, but if you trust to God, life is going better with you. You know that I want to talk about leader like woman leader. You know, woman leader. I know many women in my life as leader. For example, like my mother. You know, my father is dead before a long time, even from 2002. Yeah, he's dead. But my mother, you know, everything in my life, everything. Right now, I'm looking to my mother, leader to me, leader to everyone, like my close friend, like it's up from school, I'm going to university, even I'm looking the life, it's hard, but my mother behind me 24 hours, you support me, up to leave my country. I'm coming to Europe. You know that? Even in Europe, I don't have any friends. But God, you sent to me some miracle, beautiful lady, like friend, you know, help me, Nabia. I want to talk about Nabia.
So Angelos goes on to talk about various women in his life and who are important. But I think that this is important to remember, that we also have connections that we build. And actually, the sad part of the story is that Angelos's mother, who he's speaking about, has passed away. We don't know what happened to her since he escaped. You know, she actually was probably taken as a slave and killed, but he still talks about her as if she's alive today. And this is the power of gender. This is the power of human connection, of families. And so it's the challenge that we're looking at now today to see how that comes together. So my, parting thought to you is to really think about, as we lead, you can lead your own change when we're thinking about what's happening with gender and movement. The idea of empowering oneself, mobilizing our strategy, and changing, leading the change we want to see. Our collaborative culture of global citizens, we all have shared journeys as citizens. Typo there, sorry. We have shared journeys as global citizens. So how do those shared journeys come together? And that's one thing. All of us are people on the move. We all come together as people on the move. So think about how movement can actually change and shift our concept of gender, and why movement empowers us, and how we can even move through the world during this moment of COVID. So with that, thank you so much. This is my email. Feel free to jot it down. If you have any questions, you are more than welcome to write to me. I'm always happy to talk to you and engage with you on your research and the work you're doing. Thank you so much. If there is time, Dr. Das will let us know if we have some time, then I'm happy to take any questions. Feel free to put them in the chat, or if you wanted to come on the camera and ask a question. Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Nipa ma'am. It was a wonderful session. You have touched so vibrant issues of this mobility and mobility issues, and the violences and everything getting catch up. And it is a global problem actually. This immobility and gender problems are getting global. Not only this north part, in south part, everywhere we could see these things, and the positive message that you that we got in your speak. Of course, hope so. We'll have a great change, and you know we will have a new dimensional area because this COVID-19 has shown us a new thing. It has exposed so many things to us. So of course it will open up so many other areas also, and I'd be happy if someone wants to ask any questions. Just 1 minute, I'll give you. If anyone has the questions, then you can ask. You can unmute yourself. Otherwise, we'll shift to our next speaker. And Nipa ma'am, as she told earlier, it's very hard for her to continue the sessions for the till end. But if she could, she will be with us. So, participant, if you have any questions, please unmute, raise your hand, and put on just in a minute. We'll take for 1 or 2 minutes, and otherwise we'll go to the next one. Thank you, Nipa ma'am. You're kind enough for giving your time, hearing us. So, participant, if you have any questions, you can share with us. And
We hear a question. Otherwise, feel free to put it in the chat. I think I saw 2.
okay, in the meanwhile, let me start with our Manasi Sinha ma'am.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much. I'll try to stay on the call as long as I can, again, because it's now 2 a.m. But I'll be here. And again, please feel free to get in touch with me. I'll put my email again in the chat for anyone who's interested in asking a question. And thank you.
Hello, Nipa. Well, before you leave, I would really like to thank you for joining us today. It's been a really great, pleasure having you here. And I remember we met long years back in Brussels. So really thankful for responding. Thank you so much.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to say, since there wasn't a question in my 30 seconds, I'll say that Dr. Sinha is the one who brought me over to this panel. But I talk a lot about global connection, right? And the idea of being that we all have shared journeys. But I talk also about collaboration. And I think it's these friendships that we make with people that are actually what can traverse gender bias and gender challenges. It's the support we give one another. I met Manasi when we were both graduate students, and she was actually very involved in a lot of the gender-based protests that were happening in Delhi at the time. And so you can see how these kinds of changes, the activism that your professors are doing, that you yourselves are doing as students, is really a big deal. So again, a pleasure to be here, and I hope our discussion continues together.
Yes, of course. For the panel, having you in the panel is, of course, credit goes to Manshi. Of course, that's one. Now we are very grateful to you, Nipa ma'am, being connecting us here, and will remain anyway enriched us so much. And would be happy to see you for the session. But I know there are some constraints. So, on the behalf of I officially give you the vote of thanks, and so thank you again and again for giving your valuable time. You're with us, spending the time with us, and I know all the participants are with the ideas that you have shared with us. And if any question or anything else arises, I'll be sending it. So thank you so much again and again. Hope we'll meet again. And one thing I found that you are from Assam, you are related to the Assam, so we are very proud to have you again. So thank you so much. And in this connection, I'll take just a second and I'll ask our HOD, Godapani Sharma, to please speak a line for Nipa. If you are there, Godapani Sharma sir, if you are there. I think there's a problem of network issues.
Hello,
okay.
madam. Hello,
Yes,
hello,
sir.
madam. Hello.
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, madam. There is another call for me from NCC office. Then please call me, madam. Hello, madam.
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. What to speak, madam?
No, Nipache, ma'am is from Assam, and I want you to say a line for her. She is very much from Assam.
I wish আমি বাঙালি তো আমি বাংলা বলতে পারি কিন্তু
বহুত ভাল লাগিলে ম্যাডাম ম্যাডাম আপোনাৰ মানে এইকাৰণে জনাব বিচাৰিছো মই বেংগলী ছোৱালী বিয়া কৰাইছো মই মানে অসমীয়া যে থলুৱা অসমীয়া কয় থলুৱা অসমীয়া ল'ৰা আৰু মই বেংগলী ছোৱালী অসমৰে বেংগলী ছোৱালী বিয়া কৰাইছো
ওয়াও খুব ভালো
মোৰ মানে মিছেছ লিখে আছিল মই অসমৰে হয় মই গুৱাহাটী অৰিজিন আৰু মোৰ মিছেছ বঙালী ভাল লাগিল ম্যাডাম আপোনাৰ শুনি খুব ভাল লাগিল
হ্যাঁ খুব ভালো
ভাল লাগিছে ম্যাডাম মোৰ এজন ডাঙৰ দাদাও ইউএসএ থাকে হয় হয়
আচ্ছা ও ভেরি গুড দেখো
হয়, হয়।
আমার
ডক্টর গিরিশ শর্মা।
মন গুয়াহাটিতে আছে আমার মন গুয়াহাটিতে
হ্যাঁ, গুৱাহাটী কোন ঠাইত ম্যাডাম কোনখিনিত ম্যাডাম
হ্যাঁ
গুৱাহাটীৰ কোন
গুয়াহাটিতে
হয়।
আমি গেছিলাম অনেক বছর আগে ওই আমি
হ্যাঁ,
অ্যাকচুয়ালি গেছিলাম ওই
হ্যাঁ।
কামাখ্যা দেখতে
It's nice
কামাখ্যা,
to
ঠিক আছে
see you talking in Bengali.
ভাল
Nipa.
লাগিলে ম্যাডাম আপোনাৰ মানে শুনি খুব ভাল লাগিছে খুব ইনফরমেটিভ হয় খুব ভাল লাগিছে ম্যাডাম
Okay, thank you, Nipa. Thank you so much hearing Bangla from you also. It's a very, very interesting. Okay, hope we'll meet someday and we'll start the collaborating work soon. And it is a time to work. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Take care.
So, dear friends, dear participants, let us shift to our next speaker. We have in your midst Dr. Manasi Sinha, who is the assistant professor in the Department of Political Science, School of Legal Education, and coordinator of International Research Collaboration, Galcotias University, New Delhi. She is currently working as assistant professor and she holds a multidisciplinary academic with a PhD in European Studies, International Studies, JNU, and having dual master degree in political science as well as English literature and critical theories. She has been a recipient of prestigious interdisciplinary Bridges for Indo-European Studies, Erasmus Mundus Fellowship from the European Commission 2014, and helped her engaging in diverse research projects on culture, politics, and policies of the European Union at the Institute of International Relations, University of Warsaw. She has also been a visiting research fellow at the Uppsala University, Stockholm University, Sweden, and Big University in Brussels, Belgium. Her research interest involves culture, politics, and policies of the European Union, gender and policies of violence, contemporary social policies and higher, gender, migration and development issues, etc. He has been engaged with diverse state and civil society institutions in the fields of research, economic, social, and cultural rights for women, and also worked as subject matter expert for developing e-content for MOOC projects for school education in India. She has been widely associated with so many other activities also. So I welcome you. And the happening of these issues related international webinar could have been happened only because of you. And one thing I could not stop myself to sharing with you, we and Mansi are college mates. We met after so many long days, and very happy to you, Mansi, here again and in this platform again. And happy to see also that along with us, we have our teachers. If you could remember our teachers, so many teachers also joined here. So it's now your time, Mansi. She'll be talking on another aspect of. So it's up to you, Mansi. It's your session.
Well, thank you so much, Suchitra, for that introduction. Okay, first of all, I can't express enough the happiness that I'm having right now to be part of this panel of discussion for two reasons. First, I think I'm meeting some of the people, that I came across in my life, maybe long back, but we're connected again. So that is, quite pleasant for me, a pleasant experience. So Nipa is there, and also Suchitra. Yes, we have studied long back, and now how we connected through this global digital platform. So that is something matter of my joy right now. So thank you so much. Now I would also like to extend my thanks to the organizing team, also the principal of the college for initiating this event. Now today I'm going to talk about interfacing pandemic, migrant women, and a gender responsive policy in India. And let me just share the screen first so that is the screen visible?
No, we
Is the
don't
screen
see it.
visible? Just give me
No.
1 minute. Just give me 1 minute.
Still not, Mansi.
Just give me 1 minute. I think it's
Sure.
still searching for it. Is it visible now? Okay. Is it visible now? Yes, Suchitra?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it's working. It's working. It's working.
Okay. Okay. Now, okay. So I'm looking at basically, this mapping out of a gender responsive policy for migrant women in India during COVID time. Here is a layout of my paper where I'll be moving on these areas. First, I would like to basically contextualize migrant women within the wider development discourse, which has been very much discriminatory with respect of addressing, women's issues in the very beginning. So there is an element of exclusion and othering of women in the development discourse since its beginning. Moving on to talk about the change that happened after 90s. I would then through some data I'd like to analyze well. There was an upsurge of women labor force participation that happened across the world. However, in India, the reality still looks very kind of negative, in the sense there was still this dismal reality in India that in spite of so much of participation across the world, in India it remained very low, the labor force participation by women. Talking more about the stark reality in the informal sector, where women are mostly engaged here, who are mostly this, and majority of this workers are migrant women. So I'll move around those dynamics where we'd see what all areas women are engaged and what all problems they're facing throughout, and still their issues are mostly outside the purview of government attention because of the nature of this sector. Then moving on to the next area where I try to connect because of this invisibility of women in the informal sector, how COVID has impacted their lives to a large extent. Then finally, I will try to come up with the analysis of existing policy framework and what all we can further do in order to create a gender responsive policy. So this is how I'm going to move. Now, talking about the new reality that we all are experiencing currently. So I hope we all have observed how we experience this lockdown instantly because of the COVID pandemic. We must have noticed that immediately after the lockdown, we experienced this empty streets in our vicinity. Then there was this disappearance of milkman, the newspaper man. The doorbell didn't even perhaps ring once, and we kept waiting for our domestic help. Then there was this closure of local shops, then parlor parade, the vendors across the street, which used to satiate our taste for all those spicy food that Indians are known for. That is golgappa, paratha, chow mein, tea, dosa, etc. And also even that restaurant, nearby restaurant or dhabas on across roads, which usually serve our order at our leisure time. Even the auto rickshaws, although most of the transportation, everything vanished overnight. And this was the reality that was thrown at us because of this COVID pandemic. So we all entered into a months-long lockdown with our restricted mobility and social distancing, and this became our new normal, our new social reality. And we are still trapped into this reality, and because of this, we are continuously trying to explore. As a researcher, we're continuously trying to explore in various dimensions which have been affected due to this COVID pandemic. And one of these dimensions is definitely, this issues of migrant women workers. Before I move on to that area, let us further look at the current economic situation that we have with us now. The pandemic has crippled India's economy altogether, stalling its business activity, lowering productivity, further resultant with domestic supply and demand disruptions. India's economic growth already has been recorded very, very low in 11 years, which is now at 4.2%, down from 6.1% in 2018-19. So this data, if you can just look through this data, it will tell you that the economy is not doing quite quite.
Can't hear you, Manchi. We can't hear you, Manchi. Hello. Hello. Hello, Mansi. Hear us? We can't hear you.
I sent a text to Suchitra. I've sent a text to Mansi. Maybe she'll get that.
Okay, let's see. She got disconnected with the mic. Something microphone is not working. Let us wait for 2-3 minutes. Then
We can't hear you. Okay, I think she sees now.
I've texted her also. We can't.
We still can't hear you.
She's working. Hope we could get connected soon. If she could, I think she could even hear us also.
Can you hear us?
To get connected through your
No.
mobile. Mansi. You text Mansi. We can't hear you anything.
Mansi, can you hear us? Okay, you can hear us. Then what you can do is call in on Zoom. So you can call into Zoom and use the audio from your phone. Okay.
Hello? Yes?
Is it audible now?
Yeah. We could hear you.
Okay. Okay, I did not realize that I went off like. Okay, let me.
Maybe you can go like one slide back.
Okay. Okay. Did I cover this? Did you hear me speaking for this slide? No. Okay. I'll just briefly talk about it again. Okay. I'm so sorry, everyone. So, what I was talking about is, the situation that we're currently in, where, we have this new reality where we have been witnessing this social reality right from the very beginning. Can you please put the speakers on, other people on mute, Suchitra? It's echoing. Okay. So this is a new reality that we are in, that everything has been vanished overnight, right from the day we went into lockdown period, month in lockdown period, and it's still going on, and we feel like trapped within this social new reality. And I'm trying to basically locate migrant women within a wider development discourse. So before going there, I also wanted to put across the current situation, with respect of Indian economy, where you see that Indian economy has been crippled down totally because of the COVID pandemic, and it has been stalling all its business activity, lowering productivity further, resultant with domestic supply and demand disruptions. India's economic growth has been recorded to be the slowest one in 11 years, okay, at 4.6%, down from 6.1% in 2018-19. So the condition of economy is really, really bad for us now, with all the major industries experiencing, downturn in their activities. Around 120 million Indians have already been forced out of job market, and with respect to India's informal workers, which constitute around 90% of total workforce in India, also have been worst hit during the pandemic. So this is the situation of the economy. Now, in this situation, okay, we have to locate migrant women workers. Locating migrant women workers in this context, we have to first identify, how they have been performing in general, how women have been, have been looked as a kind of passive beneficiary of development discourse right from the very beginning. So we're basically looking at a structure, a system which is already patriarchal in nature and is tilted towards capitalist economy, although apparently thriving on the principles of welfare aspects. So within this patriarchal economy, capitalist economy, our development discourse, the productivity and beneficiaries of the economy, all have been historically been marked through androcentric views. For example, the citizenship debate, if you look at through a feminist discourse or feminist landscape, it will explore how historically men have been recognized as citizens of state, and they were considered as active participants in the economy and the development process. Men were seen as drivers of this economic growth because the understanding of development was all based upon how the country is basically performing on its economic growth. So men were seen as active agents in this economic growth. Therefore, the visibility of men in most of the productive work, may it be business professionals, engineers, doctors, administrators, managers, and everybody, you see mostly men holding those positions, those decision-making positions, and that's why they have been responsible for claiming the rightful claimant of state benefits like pension, like social security, and etc. Women, on the other hand, they remain excluded and marginalized and in this entire development process, and they have been seen as rather a passive beneficiary of this development process. Therefore, a woman's benefit of acquiring a social security pension was all became dependent on her affiliation with a man, or a family headed by a man. So her participation as an independent, active agent in the development process, it has mostly been ignored and unaccounted for. This exclusion and otherization basically mostly shaped the lives of women in general over the decades. Uh, so this is the general condition for women, which has been there. However, with the feminist movements becoming prominent over the decades, along with paradigmatic shift that took place in the socio-political system during 20th century, together with changes in the global politics and demand for commitments towards empowering women at global level, whether things have changed to a large extent across the countries, and we saw upsurge of women participation happening in the labor market, and also with respect of education, women and girls became comparatively more educated, now better than ever, and before now than ever, and they're more assertive even with respect of their rights when it comes to making choices for her career, lifestyle, education, etc. They have been also able to step out of their traditional gender role. And making their presence everywhere. So progress is definitely happening. However, if you see the numbers are definitely increasing. However, with respect to qualitative, or value-oriented matter, things are still very low. So how even the gender global gender gap index, if you notice, which is published by World Economic Forum. The report in 2020 basically came up with taking a stock of 153 countries on their performance of on 4 parameters to overall for an overall understanding about how all these countries are doing, countries are performing on gender aspects, and it has been noted that on average, definitely things are in progress. However, if you see all the sub parameters like economic and economic participation and opportunity attainment, health and survival, political empowerment, altogether, at individual level, it is still not able to meet out the expected result. And the report also, as I already said, it has hold that in the average, the global score in mitigating gender gap has been achieved. However, individually, all the parameters are still lacking behind. As such, we can see that struggle for achieving gender equality over the decades and following up commitments since Beijing Declaration surely have paced up agenda of gender equality. However, despite all these international commitments commitments and declarations, and particularly SDGs and all, gaps still remain with respect to bridging this gender gap across spheres. So this is the report you can see now. So in India, what is happening? Unlike developed countries, where we still can notice huge participation of women in the labor force, in India, since 90s, there has been a significant economic growth and expansion. However, unlike developed countries, women's labor force participation has been really low here. Currently, India ranks 11th from the bottom in female labor force participation out of 131 countries. As a matter of fact, this female labor force participation has actually fallen from 37% in 2004-2005 to 27% now by 2019. And female labor force participation rate is very low in India as compared to other developing countries like Nepal, Bhutan, Pakistan, and all. So this is again the data where the NSS survey also found out that 1.3% men above the age of 15 years, only 35.8% women are employed, and amongst states in India, women, when compared to values from 2004-5, Karnataka has shown highest decrease in gender gap, followed by Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana, etc. So this is the statistics just to show you the labor force participation of women in India is extremely low in spite of so much of commitments that are happening at the global level. Now, Now, why so low participation? The question may be raised here that, okay, why so less participation? Education sector is now open for women, and women are given a lot of opportunities there. But what are the factors that are basically creating that inhibitions, inhibitions that the women are not able to, even come forward and work? So these are some of the factors that I have identified. That One, social cultural stigma attached with working women. India being India being rooted in a patriarchal setup, the socio cultural role of women is rooted rooted as somebody who is a traditionally traditionally housewife, and her role is mostly defined through her household activities, and majority of us do not even like to see a working woman and her struggle in life, and she would hardly be considered as a good woman because she is not able to take care of her household responsibilities. So this social cultural stigma, and in many marital ads also, if you see that the preference always goes for those women who are not ready to work after marriage. Many of ads, rightfully, like they talk about all these preferences even before marriage. So this sociocultural stigma also act as a inhibiting factor. Second, strict gender division labor within houses. No matter how much modern we are, no matter how much progressive we are, still, I think women are seen as primary caregivers at home. Her income is always the secondary preference for the family. It is like, it is her hobby to earn. It is like she's never looked at as an active earner. There is no concept of female breadwinner. There is always a concept of male breadwinner family. We hardly know the concept of female breadwinner family. Obviously, there are single women who's running their family, but again, I'm talking in general terms. With respect of unpaid care work that she does, or also with respect of a huge household responsibilities that are being carried out by women. If you see the number, you can see here that in India, women spend 352 minutes per day on domestic work as compared to 52 minutes spent by men. So according to a recent survey, heterosexual couples between ages 18 to 34 were more likely than older couples to divide most household chores equitably. However, in India, the situation is really, I would say, not much. Those things are definitely in progress now. In urban setup, we can see men have started contributing to the sharing responsibility and care work. However, however, at larger level, we still see women are largely taking part in the household responsibility than their male counterpart. Another factor could be constrained mobility. Okay, there was one study by Shilpa Farke, and she came up with this survey report, why loiter. So here she was trying to identify the reasons for women's preference for not going outside home. So majority of women, those who were interviewed here, they said that they were told that not to they were told to travel with a purpose. So it has been seen that women have always been considered traveling around with a purpose only. You cannot travel without a purpose, as in after 6 o'clock, if you see a woman standing on roadside and just loitering around, immediately there is a stigma attached to her. She's a bad woman. So this kind of constrained mobility also, to a large extent, that I do not like to be labelized as bad woman, so I would not travel outside home without a purpose. So this also, this constrained mobility, how society is attaching with women's mobility in her life, is also to a large extent inhibit her desire to participate in the labor force. Even if some women are coming out of this traditional barriers and they're participating in the workforce, we still see that the workforce is highly gendered. There is lack of work-life balance policies at workplace, limited maternity leave, 26 weeks only, which are given to women, and I'm really not happy with it, because I do not want leave only should be given to me. I want my partner also to be given leave, because I think it is a responsibility of both parents to engage in care work. So I have examples also. It's like in Sweden, when I was carrying my I was doing my PhD, and I traveled there to continue doing my research, and was involved in survey there. I found that both men and women are equally engaged in care work, and even and it has been made mandatory for both men and women. So you cannot only allow men to escape the care work role. They made it mandatory. It is coming from the state, so they're also giving economic push for both parents to engage into this household responsibility as well as into care work. So 140 days are basically allotted for both these partners to choose their leave thing. And it is mandatory. Nobody can even swap it. But in India, if you see, if you are, if somebody is pregnant, so there's again stigma attached with her. Okay, a pregnant woman may not be fit for a competitive job, so her chance of getting a better opportunity at workplace again get reduced. When she's during her pregnancy. Further, if you see the gender, the labor market, which is extremely gendered in the sense there is this horizontal and vertical segregation of work profile. You would always see there is a hierarchy of job profiles where men are usually placed at the top of the hierarchy with all the decision-making positions like secretary of state, or all those big profiles, executive profiles. What I'm trying to say is that managers, doctors, engineers, you would see it's all about men. However, women are usually placed below those executive level, like secretary, nurse, receptionist, etc. And so this is also another reason that we have not been able to address this gender discrimination at workplace with respect of this eliminating this hierarchy in job profiles. Also, there is a huge wage discrimination at workplace. So this also acts as a discouraging factor for women to be part of the work, labor force. Also, in an age of globalized digitalization of the economy and predominance of service sector jobs, women seem to be lacking in serving the skill-based job required for service industry. India has been the largest artificial intelligence workforce. However, if you see the women's participation, only 22% roles are filled by women here. And it is the report has come from Press Bureau of India 2013. Overall, the percentage of women in IT sector, if you see, even there also you see only 34% women are filling those positions. With respect of education also, the literacy rate in India for women is below 70%, which is 60.46% for women as against 82.4% for men. And at the world level, what is the average there? 79.4% female are literate. So this is the condition that women are in. So they're already, so women in general, they're already within this structural, they're already trapped within this structural inequality. And I'm trying to place migrant women within this wider structural unequal system, which already has, kind of deprived women of all their rightful benefits and all their rightful opportunities. So now, all these factors basically, the factors that we have discussed so far, all these factors have basically, rendered women with options only to engage in informal economy, because informal economy is highly competitive. There is hardly any flexible time hours, work-life balancing policies missing there, wage discrimination, then gender segregation of work. The labor market is so much, gendered in nature that that basically allow women only to look for informal, look for engaging into unpaid, into low-paid care, low-paid work, or informal economy, or with a contract which does not fall under the scanner of government regulations, which further offer exploitative working conditions. So, there is one report by National Commission for Enterprise in the unorganized sector, which estimated that across the country, a higher percentage of around 95.9% women are employed as unorganized workers as against male, which is 90.7%. So there are other structural problems here. Even if there is one act, which is ISMW Act, which provides for certain protections for interstate migrant workers. However, the implementation level, this is very much not effective. So this is another reason why even in workers in the informal economy still not being able to get their due benefits. Now, in this informal economy, migrant women, they form they form most of the what I'm trying to say is that they are part of this informal economy to a large extent, these migrant women workers. And they're also invisible lot here because okay, so before going there, if you I think Dr. Nipa has already talked about the nature of migration. So I'm considering here the internal migrant for the analysis of this paper, which further can be classified into this intrastate and interstate migration. And according to data in 2011, intrastate migration movements in India accounted for almost 88% of all internal migration. And this data, okay, what is important here is to know that majority of this interstate migration was due to reasons for marriage and family, with variation between male and female migrants. While 83% of females moved for marriage and family, the corresponding figure for males was just 39. So migration is happening here. Women are also being migrated to a large extent. However, if you see official records, you see that female migration is recorded as a movement due to family, since that is never considered as a primary reason. That means female being migrated for work is never even considered as a primary reason for her searching for a job. And however, many women take up employment even after marriage, which is totally missing from the data, and it is not even reflected in the number of women moving for work-related reasons. According to Economic Survey 2016-17 census data, it underestimates the temporary migrant labor movement as well. Now, if you talk about this, migrant, if I talk about this migrant women workers, well, they are mostly part of this informal economy. And if you see the nature of work they're involved in, you would see that most of these women are involved in construction as construction laborers, where you would see that women labor in the construction sector have to work always as unskilled labor. Okay. They are carrying out the construction material on their heads to the construction site, while apparently the semi-skilled job or the skilled job is done by the men. And these construction workers normally are migrant coming from nearby village. They depend upon the local contractors for work as well as wages. However, there is a huge disparity in terms of wages. Men are paid more than women here, even in the construction sector, and there is this presence of no regularity of or security of job. There are cases of ill treatment and harassment at the hands of contractors in many places. So this is all happening in the construction sector where these migrant women are involved, where they're not visible. They're working there, however, they're not visible. They're also facing a lot of harassment there. Second, they're also involved as domestic workers. This category of employment, mainly goes to women, especially young girls. According to data, in 1997, there were some 1.68 millions female domestic workers in India, while the number of male workers that time was only 0.62 million. The household workers therefore include these part-time and full-time workers, and it was highly demanded job for women only. So domestic workers have been engaged in particular profession, and they find it very convenient for them to basically involved in this kind of profession, since it is the only job and that they could find in their nearby places. But however, in this sector also, if you see there are studies who show that domestic help also feel that the wages that are given to them are not enough to satisfy their bare minimum needs, but they continue to work since they could not bargain more. Further, they're also involved in garment workers. Even this, so my point of concern here is that, well, women are involved in the labor market in informal economy, and even in the informal economy, they are basically involved in a very meager, very less skillful job. Even for example, these garment workers here, women are definitely, working with boutiques and stores. However, there is a gender bias prevalent here, that it is understood that, okay, women are desired to work as helpers to their male tailors. There is a tendency to find out the male tailor, who is usually called master chief. So in some cases, women are working their own, and they have opened these boutiques and all. However, they do not, in general, women involved in this sector, they're not even earning much. Only maybe per piece they earn like 70 to 100 rupees per piece. So again, they're getting very less with respect to earning for their livelihood. So again, for the you would see many sales girl, then vendors. Okay, vendors could be a good category where women engaged in selling different types of commodities like broomsticks, chain baskets, utensils, petty cosmetics, bangles, vegetables. So when you travel around the city, you would see in the traffic light, you would see a woman, maybe she has opened a small, she's sitting in a small space selling all these stuffed bangles and all these utensils, petty cosmetics and all for her own. So this has become the source of her livelihood. Then sales girls are there. Sales girls, so the job of sales girl are also very much difficult because they have to run back and forth, door to doors, for selling the product, and the commission that they get on those products are even very much bigger in nature. Then there are petty traders. Okay, this included women who are able to manage their own professions, whether as vegetable vendors or basket weavers, broomstick makers, or and all. And this category are considered to be a little more confident over others because they think it is their own self-entrepreneurship, which is basically reflected in that business, and they're quite, they feel quite confident and empowered. So this category is still doing better. So although these women count their achievements, in doing all this work, yet in the wider economic context, what is happening, they remain invisible, unacknowledged, and without any social safety nets or other benefits. So what is happening here? That we find women here who's doing something. However, she's still not she's not visible. This invisibility I'm talking about, which has further been marginalized. They have further been victimized, further been made invisible by the ideological apparatus, which I'm going to talk about now. So what is happening here, that during a COVID pandemic, during COVID pandemic, what has happened, that with the shutdown of all the economic activities, with the shutdown of all these informal activities, what is happening is that this invisible women who have already been part of informal economy, doing this little business to earn their livelihood, with the vanishing of this business, they are the one who have been badly hit. Okay, because that meager amount could, to a certain extent, meet the basic needs of their life. Now they are not even able to meet out those opportunities, and that's why they are at the age of vulnerability to a large extent. An article and so this is the condition in reality. Now what is happening here, if you see, what has happened over the over this 4 or 5 months when the media was covering news about migrant workers. There is a sense of ideological ideological narratives that undermine the sufferings of this migrant women workers. And for an example, there is an article on pandemic on women's migrants in the Indian Express, which expressed that although in India we have witnessed heart-rending scenes of migrant laborers in distress who are walking hundreds of miles to reach their homes amidst COVID-19 lockdown. But why don't we hear some stories of women among these migrants more loudly? So ironically, what I think is that as our society barely acknowledges women's contribution to the economic growth and does not celebrate her economic independence, the narratives of narratives mostly get reinforced. Okay, this narrative that would hardly recognize women's participation, this narrative basically is getting reinforced through the ideological apparatus like media, news channel, etc. And as such, the tragedy and sufferings of women migrant workers barely got the national attention during this COVID time. There were news of reporting on migrant workers on the road. However, media discourse called it Great Indian Migrant Workers Exodus. However, if you have a close look at those exodus, you will hardly see narratives of women are coming up in the news. It's all about, okay, this many men were killed, were killed here, or they were beaten by police. However, however the women problems or girls having the problems faced by women and girls on the road were hardly even covered. So there were women also who have walked the same distance and survived the same yet different indignities, humiliations, and brutalities at the hands of police, bureaucrats, and fellow citizens. They also face lack of hygiene, lack of hygiene and sanitation. Hungry children were all roaming around around them, and then they were having toddlers latching on their exhausted bodies. All this problem, however, could be seen as higher magnitude, that they happened at higher magnitude level. However, what is happening is that during this pandemic, all the sufferings were totally missing. So this was another concern that we never addressed. There was one study by Priyadarshini and Chaudhary which reminds us that women workers are usually the first to be told not to come to work unless called, and are more likely to become victims of trafficking, sexual harassment, violence from contractors, supervisors, employers. Even the returning of home is a gendered experience because men are welcome usually, but women, particularly young women, are viewed with suspicion because of patriarchy and caste-based oppressive codes of honor. So during this COVID pandemic, even if women were facing all this trafficking and all, and they're the first one to experience all this trafficking and harassment, the ideological apparatus like media and all, they hardly address their issues at large. Now, so I was searching more in details about some of the experiences of women on road when this migrant exodus happened, when the lockdown occurred, and I would like to share here some of these examples. There are some few. If you want to dig out some of the news, you will come across some more. So one sightseeing says that there is one 12-year-old Adivasi girl who was walking home to Chhattisgarh from Telangana, and she walked for about 140 kilometers in 3 days and finally collapsed due to exhaustion, dehydration, and muscle fatigue. Okay, so this is one incident which really got my attention, and I really got shocked because of the lack of response from the government to address address the sufferings that women were facing at that time. Then there was another news video that was showing that how women migrant gave birth on the road before continuing her long, seemingly endless march home after just a few hours of rest. So pregnant women were shown delivering babies on the road. Then there were migrant women who made news when she was spotted dragging a large wheel suitcase down the national highway with an exhausted toddler sleeping on top of it. So on her way back home, she looked reluctant to even talk to the people who were filming her. Again, thousands of migrant workers gathered in a 70-acre space next to Shramik train home. However, the numbers include women and children also. At the end of the day, the police, beated them up, and they were all now. They all became homeless. They came again the next day. However, what happened in that crowd? You imagine a situation where there is no toilets around. There are no space where women could relieve themselves. So in that crisis situation, that critical situation, you can understand the agonies of women that were being experienced by all women. However, we hardly even come across all these narratives in the news media. So these are some of the sightseeing that I have captured from news. Now, looking at the impact of COVID-19 on women, basically, on migrant women, basically, what I think is that, well, it has largely impacted poorest of this group, because poorest of this group, because they're the ones losing the most of it, because we know that women and children are disproportionately affected by poverty, because losing a primary job that offer meager income or livelihood to women will not only affect her income but also her health, her reproductive behavior, her education, and most importantly, the sense of having an agency to act upon choices in her own life. So thus her poor status has a compounded impact, which has been now triggered this COVID pandemic. Even the International Labour Organization found that 41% of women were employed in sectors at high risk for job or working hour losses from the pandemic, compared with 35% of women. Women are, particularly migrant workers, are at the forefront of losing jobs. The global slowdown. Okay, the global slowdown, around 70% of working women show stark consequences in developing economies, where around 70% of working women are employed in the informal economy. A study shows that after Ebola quarantine measures, which were lifted in West Africa, for instance, women were slower than men to recover their livelihoods, and had a harder time securing loans to rebuild business in India. Businesses in India, what is happening is that because of this coronavirus lockdown, which is imposed in late March, has not only added to the setbacks for these women who were already being shaken out of the workforce in greater numbers in recent work. So this is what my point is, that in general, women are already vulnerable. Women are already threatened with job insecurity, which to a large extent impact their health behavior, their nutritious aspect. And in this context, look at the condition of migrant women. They are nowhere in the scene, okay, to be addressed. So now, talking about this misery, impact. There is one study which shows that higher proportion of women reported losing their jobs than men during COVID, and because of this, what has happened that matrimony websites have come up with a large scale of registration. So there is a relationship here again: women losing job and getting married. Because in India, marriage does not necessarily translate into a loss of employment. So it often constrains women's autonomy and making it difficult for them to leave scheduled villages where policing of their choices is very common, and patriarchal values are ironclad and job opportunities are cares. Rohini Pandey, one economic professor at Yale University, she has done some research on women's employment patterns in India, and she has found that female migrant workers could face steep challenges recovering work, and many women struggle to persuade their parents to let them defer marriage and leave their villages for jobs. Okay, so misery is continued in women's life. If you are out of job market, if you are not doing job, the only option for you left is to get married, because marriage is never a bad option. It is always an investment, because it ensures your security for life. Again, the male counterpart is necessary here, because he is employed. What important here is he is important here. So not addressing women's economic condition may not matter. May not be an important or significant matter here to address. Now, the impact, COVID impact I was talking about, it also has significantly impacted the intensity of unpaid care work, which is again disproportionately done by women and girls. And they have also impacted their household responsibilities. Now, there are a couple of things here. Imagine a situation when women have already been, overburdened with their household responsibilities. Now, with this pandemic, what is happening? She is not really double burdened. She is triple burdened with care work, with taking care of children, with elderlies, even her other families. Also, there is study says that because of vulnerability of men to fall sick due to COVID, statistics show that men are more infected. Men are prone to be infected more with COVID-19 than a female. So it means that if in a family, when male is fallen sick, the entire responsibility of taking care of the house, of earning for the family, household responsibilities, everything is now, dumped on her head, and she's the one has to deal with all this. And so COVID pandemic has therefore overburdened. Overburden would be again very much less effective to use here. I mean, when the TikTok was happening, I remember I have never used TikTok. So once I actually felt like I was not able to sleep. So I thought of browsing through some TikTok videos, and there I saw there was sarcastic comments were going around about men entering into kitchen, and it's something so unusual. He has been highly oppressed by women, and he's been asked to do the household work. And this really surprised me that for a woman to do all this task, it becomes so natural. But for a man to become part of this household work has become so uncommon, so dangerous, and so oppressive in nature. So in this COVID lockdown, whatsoever, if a man is entering into kitchen and he's cooking something, so it is celebrated as a special quality that we can perceive in a man. So this memes were going around, and there was a sarcastic elements always involved when men were found involved with this household responsibilities. So impact again is there, that how gender role division within houses is not yet mitigated. It is still very much gendered. That still now when women are equally participating in the labor market, some women are trying to contribute to the family income, or she's maybe making the choices for her life in the through her participation in the labor market. However, her own drudgery and sufferings has not ended, and it has rather exacerbated because of this pandemic. And particularly migrant women, if you notice, there is another phenomena that is happening because of reverse migration. Reverse migration is when this entire range of people who were basically initially out of their space to look for a job in the urban space, they're now going back to their village hinterlands. And so what is happening, the women who were already burdened with her household responsibilities, and she was also given her jobs in the field work, agricultural activities. Now, with the coming of all men in the villages, the village economy will be having a surplus of, it will be kind of surplus of laborers, however, there will be masculinization of village economy. Women maybe now coming out of the purview of economic opportunities there, because now more men are now entering into that space, pushing women further to her private sphere. Okay, so all this time, the little gains that we have achieved with respect of women coming out of her traditional role and entering into some activities that would give her some empowerment, or gain her confidence, allow her confidence to be more proactive. And now this time, what is happening? She is again going back, and she is now taking the back seat again, overburdened again with her own responsibilities within household. So her private sphere is further levelized for her. Now, further, one more important impact we can notice is in terms of nutrition. Women in India have been considered as the last one to feed themselves. It's considered as part of rituals or cultural responsibility that women should not eat first. So in a situation when there is a huge crisis for food security, huge crisis over basic income, so what is happening? Even though government is releasing some funds or releasing basic necessities, like it is giving some grains and rice to some families, it is not able to meet out the needs of the family, because women are anyway going to be left out of the system. They will not be able to feed themselves, because they're the ones who's considered to be bhai ab last mein kha lo, khana kha lo. So 51.4% women in India who is already showing anemia, because of lack of nutrition. COVID pandemic has now further exacerbated that problem for them. So they will become more anemic in nature. So the percentage may go rise. Nutritious aspect of women may go down, and they would lack all the food items that are necessary for their growth. So again, that will impact the child mortality rate as well. So this is again another cycle I'm not entering into. Lastly, the frustrations within household this time, the frustrations coming out of this restricted mobility, or lack of job opportunity, everything together already has given a surge of domestic violence across the world, including India. NHS report already has come up with a lot of reports, where number of reports with respect of violence within family has gone up. So yesterday, I think one of my colleague has already talked about a surge of toxic masculinity in within houses where there is a continuous violence happening on women, and women have not been able to even report it properly. So even if there are helplines given, there are many factors again women do not report, maybe because they have a fear of losing their family, or they because one more important factor why women do not report, I think, because of not having rights over property. I think yesterday Supreme Court came up with a new verdict that women should be given inheritance property rights. But in reality, 87% women in India, 87% women in India do not hold any land. Okay, so this is the reality. So because of having not shared at all in the resources that the state is providing or the family is providing, women are already helpless. Okay, so even if a lot of violence happening on them, they are the kind of absorbent, they are the kind of dumping ground. Whatever is happening to them, they're just absorbing all these pains and sufferings within them, and they continue their life living like that. So this is the personal experience. Now these are the problems that we have with us. Now I have talked about the problem. Now what is the government approach towards all this problem? What is the policy response towards addressing such issues? Well, in the last few months, we have seen, government has come up with certain plans to mitigate the effect of lockdown on people. 1.70 lakh crore package have been released under Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana. Manrega workers, farmers, workers, particularly women also in the unorganized sectors have been made part of it. The scheme that entails additional 5 kgs of wheat and rice and 1 kg of preferred pulses every month to 80 crore beneficiaries for the next 2 months have been announced by this plan. There are other policy response took up by central government, which says that the state governments can use building and construction workers welfare fund. Then also at state level also a lot of special measures were taken to address the imminent problem that everybody was facing. But my point here is that, okay, where there were civil society stakeholders and NGOs also have been actively participating in extending their support to these marginalized groups. Actions have been taken. Strategies have been designed to address the imminent problem that we have been facing. However, my point here is that, do we have a gender responsive policy? Is it enough what has been designed so far? Is it really enough? If you see the nature of these policies, you would see, mostly the initiatives are primarily looking at, increasing the number of women, or maybe extending monetary support for imminent, for overcoming the imminent problem, or overcoming the and it is designed as a short-term policy to address these problems. But my point here is that this problem is not short-term problem. It has been pending for a long time. It is a due problem which has been on and on and on, and there is hardly any policy response which we actually can say meant for a very gender friendly, meant in a very gender friendly manner. So I'm not denying that government is trying to design packages which would stimulate the entrepreneurship behavior among women. They would also be encouraged to enter into Manrega work. There are Manrega works meant for women. Then also a lot of cash transfer benefit programs have been initiated by Nirmala Sitharaman, India's finance minister. Then at the individual state level also, a lot of contingency plans have been designed to support this migrant workers. But again, the conditions I'm trying to refer to here, that the typical women problem is it being addressed here? The problem within houses, problems that women are facing with respect of their reproductive health, with respect of their nutrition, with respect of their sanitation problem, with respect of their transportation, the safety, with respect of the sanitation problem, everything. Do we have policies in place which actually can address all their problems? Also with respect of domestic violence, how effective those mechanisms are to address these issues. And what I find here is that in India, because I have been involved in some policy research at the European level, I have studied European studies, and I was doing some policy research, and I was looking at certain policy mechanism that could be understood with respect of how policies are made. So I came across this this particular person named Carol Bacci. He is a very, very prominent figure in policy analysis. So this thinker, he wrote a book, and she wrote a book, What's the Problem Represented to Be? So in this book, Carol Bacci basically identified the various policy problem that country faces, and he says that, and she said that when you design a policy problem, okay, depending on the definition of the problem that you are incorporating in your policy discourse, will have a subsequent outcome in that particular outcome and in real life. What I mean to say here, that the way you will design your policy problem will have an effective solution accordingly. But in India, with respect of this gender problem, I'm really disappointed with the way that so much of, in spite of so much of progress happening at the world level, in spite of this global connection and its collaboration between all the countries, we are not emulating good practices which are happening across the world to address this issue. And And what is happening, I'll just take 5 minutes more because I think it's too much talking here. And so what I'm observing here in India, that first, we do not consider gender is a big time issue here. We resemble gender as women problem only. So most of the policies are oriented towards women only. We hardly address any gender issues per se. That okay, what are the areas which are basically reproduced, reinforcing this gender behavior, that basically to a large extent impact their impact in other areas, like if you do not define gender problem in a particular manner, your policy area will not reflect a particular solution. That is how in India, if you see, most of the policies are designed around primary areas like defense, foreign policy making, energy, education and all. However, you would hardly see gender as a prominent problem to be placed at the placed as top priority in the policy making process. Also, India, although it has been a signatory of gender mainstreaming strategy that was considered as a very effective tool to address gender inequality issues within countries, although it became signatory of this conference, Beijing Declaration. And in this conference, when this gender mainstream strategy was adopted to be implemented at state level to address gender inequality at all levels, in India, still the term gender mainstream strategy is just rhetorically applied. In real life, in reality, the implementation of gender mainstream strategy has been really ineffective at the structural level. That is why we still see this structural inequality existed across spheres. Okay, the gender budget also of the government, which shared which shared a budget for to be invested for women, it also shows a decline in this fiscal year, which is dropping from 4.7% last year to 4.71% this year in the financial year. Surprisingly, what I noticed is that in the new educational policy, you would hardly find gender studies as a as mentioned to be gender studies mentioned as a way to engage in educational centers to promote the gender equality as value-oriented studies. So there is no mention of gender studies to be taken up. So you see the government at a state level, there is a complete negligence or complete ignorance of defining gender as a problem, and that is why the policy discourse trying to define gender as a very marginalized category, and which is why all the consequences that we are witnessing across continue to go on like this. Okay, like for example, Nirbhaya Fund, although we were given this 10 billion corpus announced by the government of India in its 2013 budget to be invested for the development of security or to ensuring safety of women in India. But are you safe? Can we fully claim that okay, we can still travel around the cities at night? Is your street light functioning around your vicinity? So these are the questions that are required to be addressed. So there is a huge policy problem with respect of defining gender problem in India, and that is why most of the policies do not even address these issues effectively. And in this scenario, we see women migrants continue to be at the edge of vulnerability, and they are still lacking any support from the system. Now, what now I'm looking at is, I believe in emulating good governance. I believe in emulating good experiences. So what I think is that women should be engaged in the decision-making process and have representation in policy making process, even at the district level, state level, even at the national level, so that when you have representation, you can articulate the problem well, and that's how you can also expect a good outcome out of it. Therefore, the basic necessities should be more available to women, particularly their reproductive health, their hygiene related issues, sanitation problem should be made essential service system, should be made available to them, and also shelter homes, distress call centers should continue to be considered as essential services, and it should be made accessible to all women at all times. So these are some of the good governance that I picked up. You can just look through how other governments across the world are doing with respect of creating a gender responsive policy towards women here. Like in the Egyptian government, it has it has adopted COVID-19 response plan by issuing policy paper on Egypt's rapid response to women's situation during COVID-19 outbreak. Then in France and Spain, there is a policy where they've asked women who are under any threat of violence or any domestic violence, what they are asked to do is just to go to any shop and just simply say mask 19 behind the corner, and it would be taken as that they are able to talk about their issues, and it will be taken as an alert for the state to address their issues immediately. So these are some of the examples. We cannot deny that some states in India are definitely involved in addressing the issues of migrant workers, like Kerala and all. They're at the forefront of designing a gender responsive policies. So I'll not take much time with this. I conclude that what I just try to argue here is that, well, women have already been discriminated within development discourse, which was based on economic growth. Men have been always at the center of state beneficiary and benefits, and within this context, women migrant workers are further discriminated. And therefore, the policy problem in general, which does not define gender in a proper way, has an effect on how the policy transfers to expect a good outcome. So we need to think on those lines. We need to emulate good experiences from abroad, from other countries, to design our own policies and to design a gender responsive policy. Thank you for listening to me and sharing. And
thank you so much, Mansi.
Thank you.
It was a brainstorming discussion, and moving to. So
Sharing.
there is another speaker waiting. So it would be better to take in her session first, then any discussions we can do at the end. So let me now request our next resource person, Chandrama Goswami. Chandrama Goswami, ma'am, if you are there, so okay. So we'll hear from you, and after the session is over, we'll take the discussions. So now we have Chandrama Goswami from Mangoldoi College, Assam, India, and she is an eminent academician, teacher, and she's from economics. She has done her postdoctoral from Center of Studies in Social Science, Kolkata, involved in research activities, and have produced a number of PhDs from both universities, and have lots of publications in national and international reputed journals. So without wasting time, madam, I would be we'll be all waiting for you to listen from you. So ma'am, it's your session. It's up to you now.
Good afternoon, everyone. So after 2 very long and exhaustive sessions, I'm here with you. Since we are talking about women issues, there will be some overlapping. I'll try to skip those, because many issues which I wanted to speak on has already been taken up yesterday and today itself. So first of all, I would like to thank principal of Karimganj College plus the organizers for giving me a chance to give my views. So we started our day today with the global perspective on the pandemic. Then we went to the Indian issues about the policies and programs that have been taken by the government of India. And for me today, I'll be taking up something which is related directly to all of us. So I'll start with my presentation. Yes. So my area of today's discussion, the gender dimensions of work and care in the context of COVID. So from global to national to the household level. So that is what I'm going to talk about. So as we have already seen, we are all in an unprecedented moment globally. I think Dr. Manushi has very clearly told us in her first slide itself that suddenly we wake up in the morning and we see a totally different atmosphere. There's no newspaper, there's no domestic work, there's no person to deliver the milk, and everything is at a standstill. So it has affected each and every one of us, not only us, it has affected everyone globally. So when we talk about the economy, we say the market economy, and there is another part which is the unpaid economy. Market economy is something which is based on producing, purchasing, and selling of goods and services, which has been almost shut down for quite a number of months. Whereas we have the unpaid economy, which has become hyperactive. Why that is so? Market economy means the economy where there is a transaction of goods and services, where there is the use of money. Whereas the unpaid economy, which is very hyperactive now, is the care economy and the domestic work economy, which does not have a monetary value. So we find two types of economies, the market and the unpaid economy. So what has been the impact on the pandemic? The crisis has impact both on supply and demand. Supply means the supply of goods and services, which we are all buying, then directly engaged in production also. But how supply has been affected, travel bans across borders, then across districts, across countries, then border closures and quarantine measures have made it impossible for workers to reach their place of work. So that means the labor required for the production of goods and services have they have not been able to go to work. So this not only affects when laborers do not go to work, it does not mean that the production of goods and services only stops. It also means that the income of the workers also is affected to a very great extent. So when workers do not have the money, we enter into the vicious circle where consumers, means the workers themselves, are unable or reluctant to purchase goods and services. Without an income, they are not able to go in for purchase of goods or services, and everything enters, the whole economy enters into a vicious circle. So, and businesses. First, we talked about we have talked about production. Now we talked about the businesses. The businesses, regardless of size, are facing serious challenges, especially those in aviation, tourism, and hospitality industries. That means it is the service sector which is affected more and more. With the unlock process, the production process has somehow started, whereas it took a much longer time for the service sector to open up. This means that the quality and quantity of employment has deteriorated. Quantity of employment means there has been a lot of people who have been thrown out of their jobs. They are without work. That is why we have seen the migrant crisis, where people have started moving from their place of work to their home places without any work to do in where they were or where they had earlier migrated. And quality of employment, even quality of employment, which relates to the wages. Wages have declined, even if they are paid some amount for a few months or initially during the period of lockdown, people were asked to pay their workers at least a part of their salary. So both quantity and quality of employment has deteriorated, and the enterprises are at a fear about what to do about the future, what will happen. There has been so much of uncertainty, and that even any type of business have they have they have been dealing investments, then purchases of goods and hiring of workers. That means there it has almost come to a global recession where both demand and supply have been affected. So who are the people who have been sorry. So when we talk about the impact of work, it has mainly three dimensions. The quantity of jobs. That means the number of people who have been thrown out of jobs. So globally, it is quite a big number. The quality of work and the effects of specific groups who are more vulnerable to adverse labor market outcomes. So we have these three impacts on work. Quantity means people who do not have any work to do. Quality, who were in a full-time job now do only part-time job, or they have shifted to some other type of work which gives them some sort of income, but the income they used to earn previously has declined a lot. Then effects on specific groups. Usually, just now Manasi has said, like people who are thrown out of jobs are the women or the marginalized sections who are more vulnerable to these labor market outcomes. That means whenever there is a decline in the production, it is the vulnerable section of the society which constitutes of women and other marginalized people who are thrown out of their jobs. So this means that labor supply has declined initially due to quarantine measures and also a fall in economic activity. When there is no production, the income of the laborers are less, or their income falls to a very great extent, and ultimately economic activity falls and there is no demand in the economy. Loss of labor income has led to lower consumption of goods and services. Definitely, without any income, and the labor class do not have huge amount of savings through which they can feed themselves through for months together. So loss of labor income has led to lower consumption of goods and services. It means that the working poverty has increased. So when we talk about working poverty, means the people who were just above the poverty line or near the poverty line, the percentage of people in below the poverty line has increased because of the pandemic. So who are particularly vulnerable to the COVID-19 pandemic? People with health problems and older people. So we have seen this, that initially it was believed that older people would be more prone, but now we find that it is people with other health problems who are very, very vulnerable to the pandemic. Then older workers who lose their jobs because of their being above a particular age. So workers who are past their prime age tend to lose their jobs. They constitute the vulnerable section of the society. Then women. Women are overrepresented in the most affected sectors like services. Just like we had talked about the service sector, which constitutes of aviation, tourism, hospitality. All those women are overrepresented in these sectors, and these sectors have come to a standstill. Means women will not be earning their daily salaries. Then unprotected workers, which includes not only women but also the unprotected informal workers, including self-employed and casual workers. Then the migrant workers, about whom we have talked about today, they are the most, they constitute one of the most vulnerable sections of the people affected by the pandemic. So these in a broad sense constitute the people who are affected. So now we come to the issues which affects women. So when we talk about issues, we can divide it into three different aspects. economic aspects, health and well-being impacts, and healthcare system impacts. So dividing it into three, we first talk about the economic impacts. Economic impact, first we talk about the greater burden of domestic and care work. So what is domestic and care work? Due to school closures and due to hospitals looking only after COVID patients, there has been an increase in the domestic and care burden of the people means it's mainly the women working at home. Then higher rates of job losses. In the later part of our presentation, we'll talk about why the rates of jobs are higher amongst women. It is because most of the women are in the informal sector without any access to job security. That is why the job loss is more among women than men. Then reduced financial independence and future prospects. Reduced without a salary or without their wages, the financial independence of the women will definitely decline. It means their power in decision making of the household will also decline. Then about future prospects. Since schools are closed, there are many cases where girls are married off. And will they ever return to school? So that is another question, issue which needs to be looked into. Girls, after they're getting married, they will definitely, in most cases, they will move to some other place where their prospect of returning to school declines. Health and well-being impacts, these have been discussed, but I'll just touch upon these 2 points. Increased risk of pregnancy-related deaths and teen pregnancies. Because of the hospitals looking mostly after COVID patients, it is found that the hospitals are not looking into the other aspects of healthcare. That is why pregnancy-related deaths or people are women giving birth at home, and the pregnancy-related deaths have increased. Teen pregnancies, people staying at home, which comes up with the second point also coincides, that there has been spikes in sexual, physical, and domestic violence and exploitation. People being inside the home for months together has led to an increase in all this type of violence against women, which has also led to teen pregnancies at a very low age, and that has also led to their death in many cases. Then healthcare impacts. As we all know, there has been increased risk for frontline health workforce, and we find that the women are more under health workforce. In addition to the doctors, nurses nurses and other workers who look after the patients during this time of crisis, they are facing many health issues. Then reduced access to vital health services and exclusion from potential COVID-19 treatments. So people with other ailments are not getting, even women with other ailments are not getting access to healthcare facilities because of most of the health facilities reserved mainly for COVID patients. So now we come to, when we talked about the economic issues, economic impacts, we talked about domestic and care work. So domestic and care work come under one concept, one term which is named as unpaid work. So what is this unpaid work? Domestic activities, why is it called unpaid? Because this work is done at home without having any payment. I think all of us sitting here are involved in some sort of unpaid work. Although we might have the capacity to make a payment for those goods or services, but then women all over the world, including us, we are automatically at home involved in a number of domestic activities. So actually these activities are productive activities, but they do not fall in the official labor market, but these workers do not fall under the official labor market definition. So, but even in case this same work is done somewhere in some other place, that will come under paid work, because the person will be getting a salary or getting a wage for that type of work. So why do we call this productive work? Although they are unpaid, but they are called productive. Why? Because they use scarce resources to satisfy human wants. What are the resources? Here in unpaid worker, it is mainly time and energy worthy worker. So looking after a 5-year-old is so time and energy consuming that big amount of money needs to be given for that, looking after the child only. So, bringing up a child or looking after other members of the household or doing other domestic activities leads to use of time and energy for the worker. So, nearly 90% of the total unpaid work are divided. Like domestic work, care of children and adult, and education of children take up nearly 90% of the total unpaid work. So, this unpaid work actually has an opportunity cost. Why we call it as an opportunity cost? Because if in the same amount of time when the person is involved in this unpaid work, if the person was available for some other work, that person would have got some amount of payment for the work done in the market. So unpaid work has an opportunity cost, and it puts a limit on women to participate in the labor market. So unpaid work at home puts the limit of the limit on the women to participate in the labor market, and reduces the time available to them for self-care, whether taking care of themselves, some sort of leisure, then human capital investment, socializing with other people, political participation, and relaxation. So unpaid work, we say, has an opportunity cost, and these are the aspects which a woman has to forego to do the unpaid work at home. So housework, care for children, and for sick and old people, voluntary community work, or work in political and societal organizations, subsistence agriculture, helping family businesses, etc., are examples of unpaid work which can be replaced by the market goods and services. That is why we say it is productive, it has a value, and it can be valued in the market. But because it is done at home, it is invisible. The most important aspect is its invisibility, because it is done within the household. So these heavy and unequal domestic and care responsibilities of the women keep them in time and income poverty. Time we understand, because they do not have time for their relaxation or reading a book, for example, or indulging themselves in some other activities of their choice. And income poverty. Domestic work at home restrict the entry into the labor market, because of which they are not able to earn an income, and they are trapped in income poverty. In rural and low-income communities, women spend up to 14 hours a day doing unpaid work due to having less access to time and labor-saving equipment and services, as well as they are unable to afford paid domestic work. So 14 hours a day and working for 14 hours a day, that too doing unpaid work, leaves the woman with less access to time, for other activities, and mostly we find that they do not have the extra money to buy labor saving equipments or services, or like domestic work. So whenever we talk about unpaid work, one thing I'd like to say is, when we talk about it is not about people like us who are actually very blown, which affects us more. When we talk about unpaid work, we talk about the people mainly in the rural household without access to education, without access to income, who are forced to do all types of work, because the only thing is that they are staying at home. even before the pandemic, around 42% of women of working age said they were unable to do paid work because of unpaid work responsibilities, and the comparative figure for men was 6%. So 42% of working age, that means 50 to 60 years of age. So this was a study done in 2018, and they said that they are not able to work because they are not able to go for paid employment because of the unpaid work responsibilities at the home. So the other factors which restrict, in addition to unpaid work, there are other factors which restrict women's entry to formal employment. They include, first is maternal health. So that itself is a biological burden. So we all understand that. And maternal health also restricts women to formal employment. Then fertility. There is a strong link between fertility and labor market outcomes. A person having, a female having 1 child and 5 children would definitely have less chance of getting entry into the labor market. Childcare and other family-oriented problems. So childcare at home and family-oriented problems. Actually, it is not only childcare. When we talk about the domestic work or care at home, we talk about the work done to sustain the household. I think many of us would be used to getting a clean house done by maybe someone from our house, someone from our family. So getting like used to food on a table without having to cook for it. So these are things like cooking for the family, keeping the house clean, then washing clothes, cleaning the household, everything is a cost. And that comes under paid work, and that keeps the foreign market running. So whether we give, these are the things which makes the people engaged in the formal market easy to operate. Then public spending on family benefits results in higher female employment. Austerity measures, family benefits, like if a family has easy access to clean drinking water, that means there will be easier for the woman to take to collect clean water at home itself, take access to clean water at home itself, and they will get time for some other work. Whereas in case of any crisis, we find that austerity measures usually put pressure on women's unpaid burden. How? Because it is the public expenditure spending which comes down in case of a crisis. But this actually leads to an increase in the pressure on women's unpaid burden. And at many times they have to withdraw from the labor market. Then social norms and culture. This has been discussed just in our previous presentation by Dr. Manushree, where she talked about social norms and culture. Socially assigned gender roles put restrictions on the type of work that women can do. So she talked about loiter. If you go out, if a woman goes out, what work do you have? That is the question usually asked. So those are some of the gendered roles that that comes into play in women's entry into the labor market. So in a study made by Oxfam in June 2020, in 5 different countries, Kenya, Philippines, Great Britain, USA, and Canada, it was found that a great percentage of women reported that their unpaid work has increased. In Kenya, it was the highest, at 70%. There has been an increase in like 70% of the women asked, where they say that their unpaid work has increased. In Philippines, it is around 50%. In Great Britain, 48%. USA, 55%. And in Canada, it is around 42%. So in each and every country, we find that the unpaid work of women have increased in according to the study made by Oxfam. So now we come to basically the economic impact of COVID-19 on women. Many studies show that women usually earn less. Why they earn less? Because they are mostly confined to the informal sector. We have talked about the various issues which restricts a woman's entry into the labor market. So this is one of the reasons they earn less. A woman in the informal market definitely earns less than a woman in the formal market. So globally, women earns less. So as income is less, they save also less, and they hold less secure jobs. Informal job market is always insecure and are more likely to be employed in the informal sector. That means with less job security. So many a times it is found that greater care demands at home leads to salary cuts and layoffs. This is more during a time of crisis where care demands at home, first looking after the children, then looking after the other members of the household. Because all the people are staying at home means the care demands at home has increased. So at times where women in case of necessity are unable to go out, it leads to salary cuts and layoffs. They lose their jobs at the end. Then the service sector, including retail, hospitality, and tourism, is affected more where women are overrepresented. So women in this sector, they are affected more and more because this sector is a sector which has almost come to a standstill. Then we find that in all developing countries, around 70% of women are in the informal sector. So who are, this definition has already been given, like street vendors, domestic workers, subsistence farmers, seasonal agriculture workers. They all make up the around 70% of the informal workers in the economy. In this sector, women work without any protection of labor laws. There are no labor laws, there are no benefits which they get even when they are sick. Social benefits such as pension, health insurance, or paid sick leave. They have to do with lower wages, and they work under unsafe conditions, including, and many face risk of sexual harassment. And many a times, in the fear of losing their jobs, they somehow compromise with sexual harassment instead of losing their jobs. So these are the issues they face in the informal sector. So when we talk about informal sector, and UN Women came up with a report in June 2020 where they talk about South Asia, where 95% of women are in the informal sector. Sub-Saharan Africa, where 89% of the women are in the informal sector, and Latin America and the Caribbean, where 59% of the women are in the informal sector. So we find a huge percentage of women who are employed in the informal sector. So what is the impact on unpaid care work because of the COVID? The first thing is schools have closed down. Schools have closed down means children are staying at home, and there is a constant monitoring of the children, especially the younger ones, which is necessary. This has increased the unpaid care work of women at home. Lack of childcare facilities also restricts women paid work when jobs cannot be carried out remotely. Today we are all sitting here making like we are here sharing views across the world, but all types of work cannot be carried out remotely. That is why without any childcare support facilities, women, even if they are in paid jobs, cannot carry out their work. So there is a gross imbalance in the gender distribution of unpaid work. Even before the pandemic, women were doing 3 times as much care and domestic work as men. And with after the pandemic, this has increased. This, we call it the unpaid economy or the invisible economy, affects the formal economy and women's life, but it remains unaccounted in economic accounting. Because it does not have a market price, it does not come under economic accounting. Healthcare burden to look after people from other illnesses have also increased. I've just mentioned previously that already people suffering from other problems cannot go to the hospitals because the hospitals are mostly converted into COVID centers, and so the burden of healthcare to look after the people who are sick has fallen on the women. And non-COVID related health and social services have been scaled down in most of the health centers. Families now need to provide greater support to members who suffer from other illnesses, including chronic ones. Even chronic problems now need to be treated at home. And women constitute the default unpaid family caregivers. So there are default family caregivers and majority of poorly paid community health workers. Even in case of community health workers where they are very poorly paid, women constitute the unpaid caregivers. Then broadly, the policy, the International Labour Organization have come up with a policy framework to fight COVID-19. They have divided the whole policy framework into 3 divisions: protecting workers in the workplace, then stimulating the economy and labor demand, which is very important from the economic perspective, then supporting employment and income. So the first is protecting workers in the workplace, where first we talk about strengthening OSH measures, that means the occupational safety and health measures. Then health is primary for everyone. Health measures should be looked into while framing any policy to fight COVID-19. Then adapt work arrangements, like teleworking or internet, the work done through the internet makes it possible for work to be done even without physical presence. Then prevent discrimination and exclusion. So discrimination against the marginalized people and excluding them totally from their employment. This is not to be done. Then provide health access for all and expand access to paid leave. So people who are unable to come to work needs to have access to paid leave. So these are the issues which policy framework for protecting workers in the workplace. Then stimulating the demand and labor demand. Having an active policy, I think each and every country have come up with different fiscal and monetary policy to stimulate the economy and increase and look after the labor demands of their own particular countries. And lending and financial sector to specific lending and financial support to specific sectors, including the health sector. So support should be given to all the sectors which have suffered losses. Like financial support should be given, and every country has been doing that. Even in India, a lot of financial support has been given to the MSME sector to increase their demand and to regenerate themselves. Then supporting employment and income, extend social protection to for all. That means access to leave. Then if a person is sick, that no sort of no salary cap for people who are sick. So supporting extending social protection to these people. Like old people need not come for work. Older people need not come for work during this uncertain times. But their salaries should not, or their wage should not be cut. So these are social protection schemes for all, which needs to come up for every government. Then employment retention, which have been spoken about in our country. No one should be thrown out of a job during this time of crisis. Then short-time work, paid leave, and other subsidies. Then tax relief for MSMEs. So these are some of the policy framework to fight COVID-19. So these are the broad frameworks. Now we come to the recovery measures. How do we plan to recover from this? Human race is not that fragile that everything will come to an end. So how recovery has started? So recovery policies should include gender responsive economic and social policies. When the cash transfer has been done in almost every government, so putting cash in women's hands, so that itself is a very positive sign, because many studies show that cash in women's hand lead to better management of the household. So then make tax exemptions for women-owned business. That would make women who are at the fringe to come up and to come up and recover their own business if they are given certain tax exemptions or some other bailout measures. So tax exemptions or putting cash in the hands of the people are the bailouts and support measures which are likely to assist micro and small businesses where women entrepreneurs dominate. Women are not seen in big businesses. Usually it is in the micro and small enterprises, small businesses where women entrepreneurs dominate. So for this interventions to take place, we need to incorporate sex disaggregated data. So if we say small and micro enterprises, that will encompass the business and micro enterprises of everyone. But if we have sex disaggregated data, we can know the women-owned enterprises and the others. So there, for everything, there needs to be a sex disaggregated data. As I've already said, due to women's unpaid work, it restricts the entry into the formal labor market. So it is, we can say that unpaid work is a driver of inequality. So support measures which are given in response to COVID-19 needs to go beyond workers in the formal sector, because if we are given only the support measures are given to workers in the formal sector, the women doing the unpaid work at home would not get the benefit of these support measures. Like health insurance, paid sick and maternity leave, pension and unemployment benefits should also go to the people working in the informal sector or people who are working at home. Sectors where there are more women workers should have adequate access to loans, credit and grants. So we have an example, Costa Rica has set an example by the government has reduced interest rates for women and indigenous owned cooperatives and business projects. So this is a very positive sign where there is a positive discrimination done against the cooperative, against business products done by, owned by women. So if every country can take the example of this country, definitely it will go a long way in bringing in equality. Then expand and provide inclusive social protection for caregivers. That is what I had just said in my as shown in my previous slide. That we need to expand the inclusive measures. Whatever support measures are given, it should be given also for the caregivers who are not formally employed but they are working at home. Then expand access to paid sick leave in the informal sector. This is one major aspect which needs to look into. Informal sector which do not Dr. Manasi again talk about this, like what are the benefits they do not get of their workers in the informal sector. Then introduce new transfers for women with care responsibilities. Care transfers, that means the benefit support measures should go to people who are working in the hospitals or at home and are involved in care responsibilities. Then another aspect which can be done is procuring goods and services for public services from women-owned enterprises wherever possible. It may not be possible in all cases, but in certain cases where there are goods and services produced by women-owned enterprises, these goods and services should be given preference whenever possible. Then economic recovery policies, both short and long term, need to be designed and implemented with the gender lens. That is why we have talked about gender disaggregated data. That means in recovery policies, everywhere we talk about every woman and other members are clubbed together. There is no, in very few cases we find women aspect coming up separately. This includes removal of barriers that prevent full involvement of women in economic activities, equal pay and equal opportunities, finance for women entrepreneurs, mechanisms to promote women's self-employment. If equal opportunities are given to women to come up and to engage themselves in these economic activities, definitely the recovery process would be much quicker and easier. And recovery measures should also include policy measures to alleviate the care and domestic burden and distribute it between men and women. This burden of domestic and care work should be distributed. This is done, actually this sharing is done in many places nowadays, but even now in the rural areas or in the slightly backward areas, we find that women are mostly engaged, and the men, like yesterday Vibhuti ma'am had said about, the men only like to go to buy goods, go shopping, and playing with children, whereas the other domestic and care work is done by the women at home. So now I won't talk about this much because Dr. Manushi has made a detailed analysis of the Indian package. I'll just talk about two things. The 20 lakh crore stimulus, I think all of us are familiar with it. A study was done by the Indian Society of Labor Economics in the last week of May 2020. So according to them, the immediate effect in the Indian economy is job loss, and the long-term effects are lower economic growth and rise of inequality. Dr. Manashi had also talked about lower economic growth. So the immediate effect, according to this study, was is the loss in job loss, and long-term effects include lower economic growth. I think it has been revised to 0.0 in India. It has been revised to 0.0. Economic growth has been it has come down to 0.4%, and the rise of inequality. With more and more women out of the market, job market, definitely there will be a rise of inequality at home, and rise of inequality because we find families, especially the migrants who do not have access, the daily wage earners who have suffered a lot during this pandemic, and it has definitely risen to the increase in inequality between the have and the have-nots. Thus, the immediate policy priorities are protection of workers, short-term employment creation, and income transfers. So, a lot of stimulus have been given, but then how far where is the women aspect in this? If we see the whole policy given, we find that around 200 million female Jan Dhan account holders were promised rupees 500 per month from April till June. So that means this is the only direct cash transfer payment which is done in the among the support measures which go directly to women. This cash support is necessary, but the beneficiary has excluded around 40% of the poor household. There has been a study done by Ahmedabad-based institution, Ideas for India, where they found that 40% of the poor household have been do not have access to this Jan Dhan account. So, in a country like India, where opening a Jan Dhan account was, although it was by Prime Minister, people who did not know about the Jan Dhan, do not know about the Jan Dhan account. Only thing they know about is some 500 rupees is given in an account. So what is that account? That are those things. Even now, there are many people who are not even aware. So crisis relief needs to be progressive, minimize exclusion. So whatever crisis measures that are taken up in any country needs to be progressive, minimize exclusion, and reach beneficiaries reliably and timely. So as I said, around 50% of the poor and 61% of the rural women do not have a Jan Dhan account. So even now they are unaware of what is a Jan Dhan account. So the 500 rupees is the bare minimum, but even then, that was something to buy for the household, and they could not have access even to this. So people without, females without access to this Jan-Dhan account have been excluded from the relief package. So now I come to my conclusion. So as I said, this COVID-19 is not only a challenge for global health system, but a test of human spirit. So because everything around us has changed, it is not only health. So many things have changed, and maybe we will get a better world in the days to come. So recovery measures must lead to a more equal world. So whenever there is recovery, we hope that we have a more equal world that is more resilient to future crises. So having a more equal world means where there is equal opportunities given to all national responses like fiscal stimulus packages and emergency to place women and girls at the center to have necessary impact. As we all know, women have been discriminated against since at how long we do not know. So there should be some positive discrimination now to fight against to bring about more and more equality. Rectifying inequalities is in the interest of not only women and girls, but also men and boys. So the equality actually starts at home itself, where we teach the boys and men at home, initially the boys, to bring in and to usher in a more equal society. So women will be the hardest hit by the pandemic, as we have already seen, whether it is care work or women losing their jobs, increased care work, increased domestic work, looking after children, looking after sick. They will be the hardest hit by the pandemic, but they will also be the backbone of recovery in communities. So every response plan should have three aspects. The first is include women and women's organizations in the recovery package. So whenever there is a recovery package, what the women's organizations have to say, how do women include more and more women in the recovery package that needs to be seen. Transform the inequalities of unpaid care work into new inclusive care economy that works for everyone. So we in India, we all talk about inclusive growth. So unless there is an inclusive care economy where everyone is a part, then we cannot bring in inclusive growth. Then designing socioeconomic plans with an intentional focus on the lives and futures of women. So whatever socioeconomic plans that will be brought up in the days to come, that should be designed in such a way so that the lives and futures of women and girls are looked into. So I would conclude by saying that giving women and girls equal opportunities will lead to more sustainable development outcomes for all. Because women represent around 50% of the total population. No economy or no country can grow by leaving women behind. So if we bring everyone, giving equal opportunities to everyone in the growth process, the recovery will be more rapid, and each and every country will achieve the sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your nice presentation, extensive presentation showing economic impacts, how economically women are impacted for this pandemic regarding their work and care, and also. So I may now request Godavani Sharma, HOD Economics, and also the co-organizing secretary of this webinar, to pick up to handle the question sessions and pick up some questions. If you could hear, sir. Godavani, sir. So we had run a lot of sessions today, and it was a very exhaustive session.
Hello, madam. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, please pick up 2-3 questions and to continue because we are running very short of time. And after this question, we'll allow 2 participants only to speak for 2 minutes. One wrote earlier. So, and I would request in this figure Chandrama Goswami madam to please make comment to the paper, this to the speeches that the participant will present for 2 minutes. So, Sharma sir.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Goswami madam, please. There is a question from Modhumita Purkayastha. Madam, the question is, what is your observation regarding contractual teachers, especially in the context that education services are considered to be pink ghettos? A question to both for Sinha madam and Goswami madam. Madam, you can give the answer. Quite a number of young women are engaged in beauty parlors, front offices as receptionists, caregiving to the aged and ailing also increases, and day care centers who have lost their jobs during the pandemic. What would be your suggestion in terms of policy making as presently no safety nets exist for them?
Yeah.
Basically, madam, she is asking for what will be the policy for the women, those who are working beauty parlors and front offices, receptionists.
Okay, Sinha, Mansi, you are taking up or should I take up?
Madam, you please take up.
Oh, okay. The thing, the contractual workers, contractual teachers, or the women engaged in beauty parlors, so they come under the informal sector, casual workers. So they do not have any access to the benefits which people in the formal sector have. So it is actually not my suggestion. Means it is the government should look into the interest of these workers by giving them support measures like as we had said paid leave, but they are not it's not leave, but some type of support measures or cash transfer should be given to them during this time of crisis.
Hello.
Thank you, madam. There is another question. If Mansi madam is available, madam, you please give the answer.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so the
Thank you,
first
madam.
question, okay, so the first, maybe quick response could be, well, it's definitely a matter of the government to look at it. However, I think we can also look at, NGOs these days who are extending their support. So, casual workers or people, migrant women workers, or particularly those women who are involved in these informal activities. I think one way could be to reach out those NGOs because they are really lenient upon supporting women. The second, online platform has become really significant these days. So whatever skills these people have, they can definitely use online platform as a tool to at least kind of go ahead with their activities so that they do not run out of their basic need
Income.
basic income. Yes, so I think these two options are able because at large we all are trapped in this pandemic, and looking for solutions only from the government is not enough. So I think self exploration is more important these days.
Madam, we take another last question, madam. Please give the answer. One participant, Joyati Das. She asks, as the pandemic has reinforced imbalance and gender division of labor, can you please comment on the significance of reformulating newer forms of gender neutrality?
Okay. Is it for me? Is it for
Yes,
me?
madam. Yes, madam.
Okay. First of all, see, the term gender neutrality is again very inappropriate because if you are gender neutral, then you are basically not following any gender script. So you are not growing up within a gender rules. So gender neutrality is very unusual term here. I would suggest, I think, what would be the way to bring some change in the gender role relations is the mix up of both. gender roles. We have to come out of their traditionally defined gender roles for women only, and men should be more engaged into the into the gender role performance within families, because we are in a situation where everybody is within home now, at home now. So we should we should promote awareness programs through online videos, through news, through media, through social media, for more involvement of men. See, I see men as an agent of change, big change. I do not see men as an opponent to anything. I see they are the ones who can be used as an agent of change. So whatever social change you'd like to bring in the gender sphere, I think big time involvement from men is very much important here. So making awareness program on how gender role responsibilities taken up by men actually impact even the children at home. The way, if children see the way their parents are sharing household work, the parents are engaged in all the responsibilities, they also grow up with that sort of tendency of empathizing with others, or supporting others in situations. So they would also grow up with that in that mentality. So it's not only about one generation I'm talking about, it will go on generations after generation. So that practice of involvement of men is very much important. So we should not sarcastically look at and taunt at men entering into kitchen. Let them enter into kitchen and let them be the normal affairs of the day. It's very normal for a man to cook. Okay, it's nothing unusual. So even men can do everything else. Do not look down upon them as somebody, okay, पता नहीं लड़की ने उसको enter दे दिया kitchen में, she is not a good woman. Please do not buy those kind of narratives. I think it's a responsibility of everybody to run the family. It should not be rest only on a single individual. So that's what my understanding is about bringing a change.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we don't have any more questions. Though we have lots of discussion, and we could pick some more question if could time permit. So it was a very nice sessions, and each and everyone were participating. And yes, sir, Joydeep sir has rightly said, yes, women are stuck in this. Yes, Sharma, any more questions?
Yes, madam, there are no questions, but we have limited time.
If you allow
we
me,
cannot pick up more questions. But
I have one question, if you allow me, just one question to Dr. Nipa. If you allow me, just maybe quickly, I'd like to know what is the policy response in USA with respect of migrant workers there. Just quickly, if you just how they are.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Yes, madam. You can give the answer.
Dr. Nipa. Hello,
she was there.
Yes.
Yes. I'm letting her to unmute. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, you need to unmute. Perfect. Thank you. I managed to stay awake because the discussions were amazing. So thank you to both Drs. Goswami and Sinha. So the U.S. response, I think one thing that's important to think about, or an important distinction when we're thinking about migrant workers, is to think about the scope of where they are working and where their rights are coming from. So you oftentimes have migrant workers who are coming from Mexico who have no rights as citizens in the US because they're working as irregular migrants. And so what happens is you end up, and also in Europe, you have circulatory migrants who are moving from one place to another. And so they're not, even if they are paying Social Security benefits or benefits, they never reap the benefits because they're moving to the next place, to the next place, to the next place. And so this becomes a big issue in terms of advocating for rights. Then when we look from a gender perspective, we see a lot of work, for example, garment workers who are organizing themselves in Los Angeles, but it's oftentimes coming from the bottom up rather than thinking of top-down policy initiatives specifically for migrants. And that's a big problem. There is no, as we all know, there's no global governance of migrant issues. And so these kinds of issues of people who are particularly migrants moving from one place to another, or international migrants who are working, their viewpoints or their rights essentially are not necessarily being represented on a policy level, on a on a supranational scale, but also I would say in the United States, this has kind of been gone missing. And this is also the problem with the COVID pandemic, which is that all resources are being doled out to manage COVID. So these sort of intersectional problems seem to go under the radar. And that's very scary in the long run, because these are social issues and social benefits that need to be considered that have really, kind of fallen to the wayside.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I think new norms are we may get some new norms now after this COVID-19 pandemic and all these things. So we hope, and these new norms could be bring gender equality also. So with due permission from the resource person, I might now request our two participants who are eagerly waiting to give a speech on this topic. And I may request Ashutosh Kundu, sir, if you are could hear me, be quick. Within 2 minutes, you put your views, and I request Chandrama ma'am to please give special comment on their.
Hello. Am I audible,
Yes.
ma'am?
Yes, you're audible.
Can I start? I'd like to thank organizing team, especially Dr. Ramanuj Chakraborty, Principal, Karimganj College, and organizing secretary, Dr. Suchitra Das, to give me opportunity to speak some words. My topic, especially, I would like to focus on social status of women under different situation, especially on pandemic situation. As the process of gender justice over rights of women against exploitation and victimization. Today, the fact is that the women exploitation is reality, and gender justice is a fragile myth. Through law and policy, women had indeed over the years secured for themselves many entitlements, but so far they have not been able to defend themselves from crimes committed against them. I would like to refer the ancient part of our Indian philosophy. That is, the ancient legal and constitutional system had established in India a duty-based society. It was not only the duty of the individual towards the society, but also the rulers towards the individual and the society. In India, the concept of absolutist monarchies had always been rejected, and supremacy of dharma over the kings, as declared in the authoritative text, prevailed. The doctrine of king can do wrong, emanating from the concept of divine rights of kings, was not accepted because Dharma Shastras imposed upon the kings to look upon the people as God, Proja Vishnu, and serve them with love and reverence. Similarly, in Udyoga Prabha, chapter 37, there are various which verses affirm the basic philosophy of the state based on dharma. It was said that sacrifice the interest of individual for the sake of the family, sacrifice the interest of the family for the sake of the village, sacrifice the interest of the village for the sake of the country, and lastly, for the sake of the securing moksha, that is eternal bliss of the Atma. In the Vedic period also, the status of woman was high. The sacredness of the marriage tie was repeatedly declared, and that the wife on her marriage was at once given an honored position in the house. She was the mistress in her husband's house and honored by all the family members. She was associated with all in all the religious offerings and rituals with her husband. As the old writers put it, a woman is half her husband and completes him. Many emphasized men to respect women. Women must be honored and adorned by their fathers, brothers, husbands, and brothers-in-law, and who desire their own welfare. Where women are honored, they are the God's pleased. But where they are not honored, no sacred rights yields toward. The various steps were taken by the British Indian Authority to regulate ill behavior upon the women in Indian society under the leadership of Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar and Raja Ram Mohan Rai.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. We could understand what you want to say. So we could understand what you could say, and later on, Chandrama ma'am will give comment on what you wanted to speak out. So let me now request Taposh Sinha. Taposh Sinha, if you could. Taposhi Sinha, if you could hear us. Please, in 2 minutes, you wind up.
Taposh madam, please unmute yourself first.
Thank you, Suchitra. Since time is too short, I just come to the main point. What I want to say is that this COVID pandemic is definitely an eye-opener for all of us. And because it has made us to think and realize that we all are actually equal. Because this COVID has no gender, no religion, no caste, no class. It can infect anybody, male, female, rich, poor, everyone. So rather, this pandemic actually made this proved wrong to those people who think that women are weak, because studies reveals that the mortality rate of men is much higher than the women who are infected by COVID. So this shows the picture that women are more strong enough. But of course, when we talk about the impact of COVID on the socio-economic and political life of women, definitely there is a gender perspective. But rather, I must say that I am an optimist, and I say that there are both positive and negative side of this pandemic. And negative side, we say that yes, due to the patriarchal structure, there is a increase in the responsibility of women. And now the situation of working women is much more pathetic because they are turned into an multitasking machine. All these are right. But at the same time, as a human being, as a woman, what is required that we have to find out the positive things from this crisis. And I have realized that there are certain positive aspects of this pandemic. First thing is that there is a paradigm shift has taken place due to this pandemic, and there is a structural change and new things are coming up. First thing is the work from home. Yes, those who are already in work, working women, they think that work from home is a burden, but think about those women who are in search for an opportunity. This work from home is an opportunity for them to establish themselves. And during this pandemic, I have seen that so many women has established, online business. They are selling clothes, they are selling groceries, all these things. These are ultimately helpful for the women for their economic development. Now, another thing that I have seen is that most women are coming out and selling their vegetable in front of the villages, in front of their home at the villages. So this is nothing but a good opportunity for women during this pandemic. Another thing is that there has developed is the digital education. Now you see that, think about those women who are stuck because of the childbirth, they could not participate in the seminar. But because of this digital platform, webinar is going on. I myself give the example because I have a kid of 7 months who is playing next room, but I could participate in this webinar just because of this digital education. And I also give the example of Suchitra also. She is a mother. Last 1 month, she is conducting webinar. These are nothing but the positive outcome of this COVID, and we as a woman should take it as an opportunity. Then another thing came out is the vocal for local in India. Now see that women are very, very creative in their skills, in their, they are in social media during this pandemic. We have seen that lots of women are showing their creativity. Since there is a vocal for local, there is a chance to sell these products in the virtual market. So again, this will helpful in the economic development of women. So in the last, I just want to share that this Atmanirbhar Bharat definitely will going to help for women to become self-independent. But the thing is that instead of beating the drums of patriarchal society, instead of blaming the government, instead of blaming society, the most important thing is that we women have to be the agent of the same. Because nobody will, volunteer to bring change for women. It is the women who themselves have to bring the change. So therefore, instead of being pessimistic, we should be more optimistic. We should convert this crisis into an opportunity. With this positive attitude, we can survive, because this pandemic will come to an end, but its after effects are very long, and we need to find out these positive things from this pandemic and utilize for our development and for our society also. Thank you very much. This much I want to say.
Okay, Chandrama ma'am, if you could be kind enough to just give a line of comment to both of them.
Okay, just one comment each. I think Ashutosh had talked about gender justice since the Vedic times. From what there was some audio failure also. From what I could understand, that since the Vedic ages of since the Vedic age, the status of women were quite high, but now the situation has changed. I think when we start with gender studies, we talk about sex and gender. So one was taken as parts of the same family, male, female, that they are not, male, female was a gendered concept. So still we take them as two members of the family, whether they are male or female, then injustice do not happen. It is only when we take the gendered concept, like when we give woman and woman, then only the concept of injustice comes in. I think he couldn't finish and I couldn't get all of what he wanted to say. So injustice will continue. Injustice, though there was gender justice before, and since the Vedic times, I think it will not be there till we bring in a more, what do we say, women need to be honored, and till we come give equality in all aspects, till then justice will not come about. And the second paper, by Tapasya Sinha, so she talked about mostly the positive aspects of the pandemic. See, when I talked about I think everyone will agree to it that when we talk about women's studies or gender studies, we do not talk about women like us. So we have access to so many facilities. We have access to good education. Then we have access to so many things which we cannot, which is not available to many who are not fortunate as we are. So work from home is okay for people like us, but then there will be many people who do not have time even to sit with the computer or the laptop looking into issues they need to look into. I had said in my presentation that due to increase in household work, they are not, if there are work from home opportunity is available, but not to all sections. Increase in domestic work is definitely more. Then self-employed. We are talking about vegetable vendor that we have seen even in our society, where we see lots of people now taking to selling vegetables. But one thing have you seen, is it the woman only who is selling vegetable at the cost of the or is it both the men and the women selling vegetables? So that is the aspect we look into. They are coming and selling it in the market, maybe because they're not having access to other facilities. They are not having access to income, the income they had earlier. It could be that also. So obviously, we should not be all negative. And Atmanirbhar Bharat is definitely a good concept but one thing is sure, that women face many more obstacles than men face even in our society even today. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. So we are the end of our technical session.
Done. Yeah.
We are end of our technical session. So we will be entering to our valedictory session. It's a long time from 10 to 2. We are running the program. Thank you all, ma'am. So we have in our midst our principal sir, Dr. Ramanu Chakraborty, our IQAC coordinator Krishnabodho Das, Women's Cell convener HOD Economist Godapani Sharma, and we'll be now in short valedictory session. So I may now request Shushmita Roy ma'am to make a quick concluding remarks of the webinar. Ma'am, if you could hear me, Shushmita ma'am. Shushmita ma'am, if you could hear me, please unmute yourself.
Hello. 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 Audible? Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Yes, very much audible, ma'am. Very much audible.
Okay, may I start?
Yeah, you can start.
COVID-19 pandemic mapping issues and challenges through gender is the topic of this international webinar, which is very much relevant topic. And we have listened from our resource person in these 2 days international webinar. First of all, I thank our learned resource person, Professor Vibhuti Patel, Pratish Bibhakar, Dr. Nipa Chandrama Goswami, Madam, and Manushi Sinha. They shared their views from their discussions, various gender-friendly, gender-sensitive, gender-responsive suggestion came out. I extend my thanks to our enthusiastic participants. It is because of their participation and active cooperation that this webinar become possible. The outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, which began as a major health crisis, has great influence or impact into every sphere of human existence. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic in India is not gender neutral. It affects men and women differently. In our country, massive part of or unpaid care work is done by women. Due to lockdown, there is disproportionate increase in their household responsibilities. Then curtailed outreach services like sexual and maternal health services. There is spike in the maternal mortality. Again, there is rise in the domestic violence. In India, helpline shelters, legal assistance, and health-seeking behavior of violence victims are very inadequate. Curbing gender violence must be a part of our action plan on COVID-19 pandemic. In a message, United Nations chief appealed for a ceasefire of domestic violence after a horrible global surge in domestic violence. In our country, to tackle the problem, government should establish helplines, digital counseling sessions, and proper medical assistance for women experiencing mental health issues in order to support them in tough times. In India, government has announced relief package of cash transfer. In India, government has announced relief package of cash transfer to different accounts.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Now continue.
Yes. So our resource person had talked about the Kerala model, who are doing very well and taken good steps to tackle the crisis. COVID-19 pandemic magnified all the policy should be designed which is gender sensitive, gender responsive. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your kind remarks regarding the webinar. Now I may request our principal sir, who is also the president of this webinar, to give his presidential address. Sir, if you could share.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I'm surely audible, isn't it?
Yes, yes. Very much audible, visible.
Yeah. Visible also. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Suchitra Das. The resource persons, I didn't have the opportunity to listen to all the resource persons, but because of their effort, because of their deliberations, I'm sure this international webinar has been a successful one. Actually, it is because of the effort of the Department of Economics in collaboration with the Women's Cell of Kodingbanj College and IQSC. We are in a position to conduct this international webinar, and the topic of the webinar is actually relevant, I must say. That is, it is true that many resource persons have pointed it out that the impact of COVID-19 is equally there on both male and female, children, aged person, etc. But the nature of impact of the COVID-19 is definitely different. And there is inequality in the matter of rights, in the matter of empowerment, in the matter of effect of COVID-19 on women. It is very much the degree of effect on women because of the outbreak of COVID-19 is definitely much more high than what it is on someone else, on men and children, etc. But nevertheless, we have identified the problems. That is to say, the resource persons have deliberated on different aspects of this problem, and some problems have been identified. This is true. Problems are there. These problems are inbuilt, I should say. The mindset of the society is such that there has to be inequality in the matter of empowerment, etc. in this society. So far as women are concerned, they are lagging behind. This is true. It cannot be denied. But then, as sort of fairness is there, as policy makers, they have started taking some measures in order to reduce the extent of these inequalities on women. But I cannot say that these inequalities we are in a position to remove altogether. We need more effort. We need more, articulation. We need more effort in the for including some measures in the policy decision itself. That is to say, the development model should be inclusive. It cannot. The women should get their due. Women, in fact, is taking leadership in many fronts, be it the household, be it the other front of the economy, but they're taking leadership, that is a fact, but that is also a fact they're taking leadership without any authority. We need to impress upon the policymakers to empower the women. That is to say, women and female should be, there should be empowerment of women and female. Then only we can change the face of the economy. We will be able to reduce the extent of violence, gender-based violence from the society, and we will be able to see that, like I cannot say that only girls are lagging behind, boys are also lagging behind, but because of the inequality, we should not want to see that the girls are lagging behind. There should be a constant and regular effort on the part of the society and the policymakers to make the things right. To the main thing, one thing, what I have understood, we need to insist, we need to put emphasis on empowering the women. Then only the face of the economy will be able to change. With these words, I conclude. I again extend my sincere thanks to all the participants, especially to all the participants and resource persons in particular. Acharya from the United States of America, Goswami from Guwahati, from University of Delhi, and from Mongoldi College, and another person from Shinha. She is from New Delhi. They have taken the pain and shared their views with us, and we have been benefited because of their deliberation in this international webinar. Thank you all, and back to Suchitra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now I would request Padapani Sharma, our HOD, please to give the vote of thanks. Sharma, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello, madam.
Yes,
Am I
yes,
audible?
sir. Yeah, you're audible. Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to offer a vote of thanks. First of all, I offer our sincere thanks to our honorable principal, Dr. Manoj Chakraborty, for his wonderful and encouraging support to the department. Next, I offer our sincere thanks to the coordinator of IQAC and the convener of Women's Health Women's College for their cooperation with us. Only for their cooperation, we are in a position to complete this international international webinar. Now, I offer our sincere thanks to all the resource persons. They are very much busy. We know they are very much busy, and they are with us for long 2 days. Last day also they are with us, and today also they are with us.
Yes, sir. We can't hear you. Please unmute, sir. Sir. Please unmute. Bodapani, sir.
Hello, madam.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes,
Am I
sir.
audible?
Yeah. Yes,
there is a big network problem. Yes, madam. For their honorable deliberation, and I hope that all the participants will be able to gather very much information from all the resource persons. And lastly, I offer my sincere thanks to all the participants for their encouraging presence in all the times. Though we are very, we take so much time actually. We have a program schedule to complete the session in between 1:30, but now it is 2:30. Almost 1 hour late we are, but all the participants are in the YouTube link also, and in the Zoom platform also, all the participants are present till now. Therefore, I offer our sincere thanks to all the participants. Thank you all once again for the wonderful international webinar. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Padapani Sharma, sir. And I call the day. It was a long day, and I, from bottom of my heart, I thank you all the resource person, all the participants for being with us. And Nipachere ma'am, you are still with us. It's I think so. Have a good sleep. Okay, sir. Principal sir, with due permission from the principal sir, I am calling end of this day. Thank you again. And one more announcement I would like to make here. We have received so many of extracts that the participant wanted to share their views and ideas on gender issues. So looking on that, the organizing committee has decided that if participants, if you want, and you could write an article, we'll be sharing soon regarding everything on the issues. You can write an article and you can send to us. We'll provide you the email ID so that we can make a good book of research articles that you are wanted to share in this webinar. Because of time constraint, we could not pick all the papers here. So it's very good for us also, and we could generate a good knowledge in the domain of knowledge areas, picking these gender issues. Very good. So this is an announcement I wanted to make. So thank you. I'm calling end of this day. Hope we'll meet again somewhere someday, not in this virtual world, but in the actual world. And we are hoping for having a gender equality or gender neutral society. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.